Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up, send the ball in foul territory. Giants win! A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check, hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders!
Red Lion! Omaha!
Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh,
please. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school, where I wanted to go, the passion for it, and if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go, and you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Steelers fans, get over it. Heinz Field to Acrisure Stadium, big deal. We went from Adelphia Coliseum to LP Field. That's something to gripe about.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Next year, I expect to see you in Atlanta with me when we get another one of these, my friend. We went
2.5 games back
for the Cardinals-Braves game, and they were giving out Brian Snicker. You would think it's going to be a hell of a lot heavier.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee, along with Justin Waller. Justin, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. Been a hiatus. Glad to be back. Knock the rust off, and good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. We haven't talked. I feel like it's been a year, but I guess it's been about 3 weeks or so. A lot of moving and shaking, and I guess we'll go ahead and jump off with the big rumors. Of course, nothing is quite substantiated except for the fact that Southern Cal and UCLA are definitely going to the Big Ten. There's a lot of rumors out there, and it started
Your volume's coming in a little low, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Okay, sorry about that. But I don't know what everyone actually heard, so I'll start from the beginning. USC, UCLA, they are going to the Big Ten. Now, whether that happens sooner than later, I don't know. But
Please go to the West.
What's that?
They're going to put them in the Big Ten East as well. Can we get them in the West? I mean, can we just make sure they stay in the Big Ten West?
I didn't even think about that. That's funny. Can you imagine if they put Southern Cal in the East and they put UCLA in the West? They keep putting all the weaker teams. I would think they're going to have to reconfigure the whole thing. I've got a list of other teams that may be going into the Big Ten. Also, the rumor that broke, it was, I feel like it was just before the 4th of July. Maybe it was just after. Anyways, it was right in that area. Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and Virginia being courted by the Southeastern Conference to leave the ACC. And there's a lot of stuff to unpack there, because one of the biggest things with it is, how do you get out of these deals that they've all set up until I think it's 2036 that the ACC is in? One of the things that I've heard is that ESPN would be willing to let them out of the television deals, because if Florida State and Clemson were going to the Southeastern Conference, but they wouldn't be as likely to allow them without paying a fee if they wanted to go to the Big Ten, because the Big Ten, essentially what this is going to turn into is you're going to have the ESPN conference and you're going to have the Fox Sports conference. And that's pretty much what we're looking at this point. What say you on those things that are rumor mill crazy right now?
They've ruined the entire sport. I mean, why did you have to do all this? This is ridiculous. NIL and super conferences. If you're going to do it, I think it's going to wind up that we're just going to have a smaller playing field. Now, there are interesting aspects of it I like. Let's talk basketball for a second. Yeah, let's bring North Carolina into the SEC and add them into the mix. Bring Florida State in and add them into the mix. I would like to see that. I think that would be good. And maybe there are some matchups that would be favorable in the East in football as well. But, I mean, there's some great tell me you wouldn't want another blue blood. You couldn't move Carolina in here and see Carolina, Kentucky.
Right.
I want to see it every year.
The first thing that jumps into your head are the rivalries, the instant rivalries. Florida State, Florida.
Correct.
Carolina, Kentucky. That's just, it's not, I know it's not geographical, but we all know Carolina and Kentucky fans don't like each other. The things you'll lose, Duke, North Carolina, which hopefully there's a way for them to keep that rivalry somehow.
That'll stay. You're out of conference. It has to. It cannot dissolve.
Just like, and I'm telling you right now, it's looking more and more. I know Miami fans don't want to hear this. It's looking more and more like Miami is not going to be invited in the Southeastern Conference. So Florida State, Miami, does that go by the wayside? And
what's the point? What's going to be left for them? You going to put the Big East back together or something? I mean, where's Duke going to go? Where is Miami going to go?
Or the fact that Miami's not an attractive addition for them. That's what I've been reading. I know a lot of Miami fans think that's blasphemous, and we'll get Steven's take on who's a big Miami fan tomorrow. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, you don't gain anything geographically. See what you get with Tallahassee and Florida State. First of all, Forbes came out with a list like 2 days after this of the most watched football teams over the last 5 years. And what they eliminated was any team that the ACC or Pac-12 or Big 12 would have played Notre Dame or one of the SEC teams. So in other words, when Florida State played Florida, or last year when Florida State played Notre Dame, which was one of the highest rated games of the entire season, they didn't count that because they looked at it as Notre Dame's its own brand, And then the other thing is, what do we gain bringing in Florida State if their only big marketable game is against Florida, right? Because that's an SEC team. And what they found out was that Florida State was only second behind Clemson over the last 5 years. And Florida State has not been good the last 5 years. But the last 5 years, only Clemson has had more eyeballs on them. And that's big to the SEC when they look at the fact, well, Clemson's been really good. What happens if you flip the script and Florida State's really good or just decent and Clemson falls on hard times? So that's one of the reasons why the SEC wants Florida State. FSU's been button-lipped on it, probably because you're not allowed. I would assume that you're not allowed to shoot your mouth off about this kind of stuff, right? But what's interesting to me about the whole thing is, let's say if you get all four of those teams, and they've already added Oklahoma and Texas, and I don't have it in front of me.
They're coming in 2025, possibility of 2024, but the penalty's $80 million a year per school. If they pull out, each school will have to pay $80 million per year per early pullout.
So they're supposed to be coming in 25 or 26.
It's supposed to be the season of 25. They think it could be bumped as early as 24. They might, eat some penalty for that. But any earlier than that, TV contracts, you would have to have a lot of legalities fall through. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be another way? Is that if the Big 12 just dissolves, because there's a lot of talk about the Big 12 and Pac-12 pairing up together and saying, look, this is what we have left. Let's go get a television deal.
What's this all work for? I mean, we talked about this a few weeks back, and we got into
this. Is that you could end up with a team like Colorado in the same conference as the Miami Hurricanes. That's what, because I know people keep saying we're going to have two power conferences. I really think we're going to have three, because there's going to be that third conference that's going to take all the what everyone believes are mid-tier teams, right? And so what it really comes down to is, it comes down to obviously money, and it comes down to who do you want on your brand, and who do you want to be able to go to different, whether it's ESPN, Fox, etc., to be able to say, how much are you going to pay to broadcast us? Because we now have Tennessee, almost the entire state of Florida. We have Alabama. I'm talking about states, by the way. Don't get pissed off, Auburn fans, when I say that. We now have North Carolina. We have the state of Virginia. So you pretty much the entire Southeast. And, oh, by the way, did I mention we have the state of Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri? So that's what this is going to. And the teams like Oklahoma State, they're going to try to figure out a way. And look, that's not really chunk change. I still feel like if Miami were to join into like a Big 12, if there's a big conglomerate, Big 12, Pac-12, whatever they end up recalling it, of like 20 something teams, and you win that conference, you're going to get a bid into the college football playoffs, wouldn't you? I mean, I would think so, because you're not just going to take from two conferences. I wouldn't think.
I mean, what if you've got stacked one-loss teams in these huge, powerful conferences?
Right, but
and then you've got to put somebody in there.
Right, but won't there be at least one automatic from something?
You got three undefeateds going in the championship weekend out of the three power conferences. Do you put the one-loss loser of any of them not in?
But I'm assuming we're going to like an 18 playoff or more is
okay.
Because
fair enough then.
Because we're talking about 2025, 2026-ish, right? I think by then Florida State and the rest of the ACC teams can find a way out of their conference, out of their television deal, because if the SEC starts to fall apart, then the ESPN is going to go to the ACC and say, your television deal is moot. We don't want it anymore. Or we might negotiate with some of the bigger boys that might be left, like the Miami for football, the Duke for basketball. But they're going to have to basically conglomerate with Oklahoma State, all types of teams all throughout the country, and put together what is basically would be, I don't have a better name for this, but it'd be like a new Conference USA, where the thing's going from coast to coast.
I don't really like any part of it.
The interesting one that I saw going to the Big Ten would be could they, because I think eventually it's coming for Notre Dame. Would Notre Dame break down and go to the Big Ten, which makes the most sense, right? And then from the West Coast, could the Big Ten continue and go grab these are the three teams that they have circled: Washington, Oregon, and then Stanford, because then you get the San Francisco area for television. And that would be a big get for the Big Ten.
Yeah, well, glad they cured COVID, because you won't be able to play your season in the West Coast. But,
well,
worry about the next one.
Yeah.
Every election year, you'll have to cancel your season. So,
right. But from a geographic, like, sports perspective of it, because at first when people say Stanford, why would you care about Stanford? It's only because Stanford has the lockdown on that Northern California fan base, right? And then when you already are adding Oregon
but you're bringing that premise to the table that with this, that's pre-NIL that they were bringing that to the table. Is Stanford going to be able to compete and put the same roster with their academics? They do a better job than Vanderbilt, I'll put it that way. But can they keep up with Southern Cal and UCLA?
Well, they have in the past in the Pac-12, so I don't know why they wouldn't. But here's the other thing.
But there wasn't an NIL deal where you could just bring in these all-star rosters and you just build stacked teams. Because we talked about what happens when Texas can put more money on the table and Oklahoma than Alabama. That's why Nick Saban's getting mad, because
it also helps you with a lot of other things, grants and whatnot, because it becomes a conglomerate when you go to the NCAA to try to get money for certain grants. And if you have a Stanford in there, that's got a lot to do with why they want Virginia in there. Let's be honest, Florida State and Clemson is not coming in for their academics. Okay, that's not a thing. But Virginia, not only are they very good academically, also remember, they've won the national championship in basketball and baseball over the last 5 or 6 years in both of them. So that right there is going to make it interesting. I don't think Virginia, as far as like, because when that list was first let out, people said, okay, Clemson makes sense, Florida State makes sense, North Carolina makes sense. Virginia, and there were a lot of Miami fans going, oh, we're more important than Virginia, but they're looking at the big picture, and the big picture is you get Virginia, you get the Washington, D.C. area. And let's be honest, if ESPN is showing a Florida State or a Florida game from the SEC, and Miami, let's say Miami is involved in, I would say Fox, but maybe it's another an NBC or something. Maybe NBC goes, well, we don't have Notre Dame anymore. They go get people in South Florida are going to pay more attention to what Florida State and Florida are doing than they are the Miami Hurricanes, because they have for years. The Hurricanes get terrible ratings. And so that's why Miami is on the outside looking in. They look at it as we won 5 national championships. SEC's looking at it and goes, well, first of all, there's a lot of dust on those trophies. And the other thing is you're a very small private school.
They're like, yeah, Tennessee won one too.
Yeah. Well,
well, they won a couple of them, but the other one was so far away, we won't even talk about it.
Right. But you're talking about a Tennessee fan base with, what is it? Probably about 40,000 or so as far as the student body every year. It's somewhere in that neighborhood. Miami is like barely over 10,000. The last time I looked at it was like 11 or 12. It might have gotten a little bigger since then, or hell, it might have went backwards because of COVID. Who knows? But the point is, they don't have a lot of alumni. They've got some alumni that people know about because they've spent money, but they don't have the big names and the big eyeballs on it. When you get the Florida States and Floridas, those are big time fan bases for years. And it's the same reason why you want Virginia, because you're talking about taking that entire Washington, D.C. area and going, boom, this is ours. Virginia Tech fans were ticked off because most fans are just looking at football, right? But it's like, that's not the only thing that's going to make this tick. And you want eyeballs on your product 24/7, 365, especially now with everything that's televised. Whether it's baseball, softball, basketball for both men and women, you want a constant giving a crap about your team, whether you're a Gator fan, a Tennessee fan, a Kentucky fan, North Carolina, whatever. those fan bases follow their teams. You take a Duke fan base that is really into their basketball team, but Krzyzewski's retiring. And what do they bring to the table? Because football season, Duke doesn't have a following.
No.
Of all the different scenarios, so you would get the SEC to 20 teams with the 2 Texas teams and the other 4, right? Aren't they at 14 right now?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd be adding 6. I still think it's going to get to like 24. But that's neither here nor there.
You can't play them all, and then you wouldn't be able to go into I think you're going to have too many undefeateds. I think it's going to be a colossal disaster if you make these large conferences. You've got to kick out, because if you're building this big, gigantic SEC, let's just call it the SEC, the Big 10, and Big 12 for this argument's sake. At what point do you realize, well, hey, I've got this school sitting right here in Middle Tennessee. We already have Tennessee. Or you make a decision, let's say in Alabama or a state that you have 2 schools and you trade one out. Right now, you get the luxury in Florida where they're, picking and choosing. You've got 3 and there's an odd man out. What happens in other states around the SEC where it's an odd man out, where you have a better opportunity to bring in more income, a better fan base, and they start destroying the conference that we know it, and then you don't have your Missouris, your Vanderbilts, are you okay with those to bring more in? Are you wanting to see that one elite power conference? Or
no, I would prefer to have at least 2 elite power conferences. And then, like I said, I'm okay with that third Big 12 having players in the game, but it's not an elite conference. But for any given year, you can put together an Oklahoma State, a Miami, a Colorado. And to be honest with you, if you're Miami, it might be more advantageous to you to go compete with the second tier and not have to compete with the big boys, because there's got to be there. There's at least one team in the room in the SEC. Speaking of Vanderbilt, going, oh geez, I mean, what the hell are we ever going to win ever again? Because you're just adding sports that all these teams are good at. Clemson's pretty good at baseball.
Virginia threatens them, with baseball.
And then you're right. Virginia threatens them big time with baseball. God, can you imagine that baseball?
Carolina's not bad either. They have their good years as well. I mean, I'm excited to see it, but I think you'll get a little bit of reduction. I just want the teams to play each other. I don't want to see a scenario back to BCS days where we're going to computer generated numbers and style points because everybody can't play everyone. And then we're back with, you've got to run a perfect season undefeated or it's all for nothing, because then I think the product you're going to see on the field is just a bunch of every conference will have an elite 2 or 3, and then there'll be just a drop off in tiers below. And if you think the disparity from top to bottom is a wide range now from Alabama to Vanderbilt, wait till you see what it is when free range in Texas and Texas A&M money competes against that Vanderbilt roster. It's going to be a bad product is what I'm saying. You're going to have to replace some schools.
I mean, honest engine, Vanderbilt would be better off going and playing in the conference that Miami ends up in. Well, whatever it's called.
Slide over and challenge Duke.
With Duke, yeah. I'm thinking of Duke too, because whatever conference that is called, they could be a real player in the world of basketball. Because other teams we haven't even discussed. What about Boston College, Pittsburgh? Those are basketball schools. Those are also schools that from time to time they can put together a football program, right?
Maryland's another one up there that can go both ways on that.
Yeah, Maryland.
Basketball's been a while.
I don't feel like Maryland's going to leave the Big Ten or be asked to leave the Big Ten. But what about Northwestern?
Well, they could be replaced, I guess is what I'm saying.
What if you take Northwestern out and you plug in Pittsburgh for the Big Ten, right? And you took Northwestern and put them in with Vanderbilt and Duke. And at that point, they might as well just have a brain bowl. Or a spelling bee. it's going to get tough. We got to move on from this real quick. Braves baseball coming up here. It's an early pitch. It's 7:05, so we only got a few minutes to talk a little Braves. We haven't been able to talk it in a hot minute. We've got tonight. It's Ian Anderson versus Corbin, and Patrick Corbin. I know he went out there and signed that big contract a few years ago, but he's been abysmal. And I had his stats in front of me. Where is it? 5.7 ERA, 4-11. The bigger thing, this is the big, because I always jot these things down when I get ready to do a ball game, right? His batting average against him, okay, is 310 for the year. Wow. A 310 batting average against him. And remember, they signed him to like a 6-year, $140 million deal. It was somewhere in that neighborhood going into the 2019 season. And even when they won the World Series, he was their third guy, but a lot of times they were using him as a long reliever. And they got the World Series. But man, did they mortgage the farm. I don't know if Steven Strasburg's ever going to be worth a damn ever again. And Corbin hasn't been good in 2 seasons easily. He's always that guy that shows up when you're playing fantasy baseball and you could stream him and you go, what's he been doing? And you go, no. I'm good. But tonight the lineups are out. And what we're looking at tonight is you've got Acuna in right and leading off, Dansby at short, playing second, Olsen first and hitting third, Riley's cleanup and playing third. Duvall is batting fifth, which I found interesting, playing left field. Ozuna's behind Duvall. And one of the reasons for that is I looked it up. Duvall has done very well against Corbin in his career. And then you got Contreras behind the plate. Darno's getting the day off. It's really been going every other for the past week or so. And Arcia is at second because of the left-handed Corbin. You won't get Cano tonight. And then Michael Harris and what he did last night. He is batting ninth in center field. And a lot of fans have come real strong about, I want to see Harris up higher in the lineup. But what I love about having Harris at the bottom of the lineup is he's sitting right in front of Acuna. So he's a rookie that is going to see fastballs because you don't want to walk him, A, because of the speed, and B, even though Acuna's been struggling for the last few weeks, you're not trying to walk anyone to get to Acuna.
You don't want to put a man on with his speed because a base hit's a double and that drives in the run, especially with that speed in front of him.
Yeah, it also feels like, too, when they have him down there, as I'm doing these games and we go through, because you're going inning by inning and you're looking at the next three batters, it never feels like that we've got 3 chumps about to come up to the plate, because at any point in time, Harris is involved in that. And if he can get on, then the whole lineup flips over.
Any interest in the pickups we made, the draft capital this week?
Yeah,
essentially that's what we did. We picked up draft capital.
It also gave them flexibility in the draft because it raised them from 19th to number 9 overall for money that they can spend. And I was reading an article today and they said that though it means that they could draft bigger name players throughout the draft, what they think Atlanta is going to do is they're going to take a big swing at someone who most folks think doesn't want to leave early because the money's not good enough, and they'll be able to draft them lower and say, here's X amount of money, let's go. So I'm interested to see that. The draft, by the way, y'all, is Sunday through Tuesday. So I'm interested to watch it. I've been reading up on it. I don't know the college and high school players, the college football players going in draft. I'm familiar with a lot of the names just because of the last few weeks, but I'm interested to see who they get. And then usually what I do, I wait to see who Atlanta gets, and then I go read up on who we got, because I don't have time to go read up on every guy, and then they draft someone who you didn't even study, and then you're starting over.
I know it's a little bit old, but I haven't heard your reaction yet. You fine with Cano?
Yes. I think it's a good move.
I like it. I didn't know how it would sit with you.
You know, he's a lefty. He's not starting every day. He's a guy that can come in and help with the younger players, especially the Spanish-speaking players, but he can come in and he can play sparingly. He's a good lefty off the bench. That's the way I look at it. It's a good lefty off the bench. And look, if it doesn't work out, Ozzie will be back in a few weeks. You can always release him. But I think it's a better chance that he stays on our bench going into October. Hopefully we're in October. And you've got a good veteran left-handed bat that you can go to. And Arcia stays. And then I'm trying to think of who they would send. But you could send someone else. You also have the September expansion of rosters too. Mm-hmm. So if it's close, they may wait to bring Ozzie back until after September so they don't have to cut anybody.
I just know how you are with that shade of blue and orange. I didn't know if it bothered you or
not. I don't
not.
like the fact, and I brought it up in one of the chat. Have you noticed that he's wearing the damn orange and blue glove? I'm like, can we get the man a glove that is anything but? Can we at least spray paint that glove?
I thought my first question would spawn this. This is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted to know if you had made.
I saw notice. It. I didn't notice it the first time, but I saw it either last night or whenever it was, and my head almost exploded. Like, it's orange and blue. Get it out of here. Mets. It's Gators. Come on, let's go. What's your walk-off, sir? Because we got to run.
Oh, you just obliged. That was it, sir.
All right, guys, we got Braves baseball coming up here in a few minutes. Going to take a second to reset, and then we will be right back. Braves versus the Nationals. 7:05 first pitch. Let's go.
Goodbye, sweetheart. It's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, There rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you
so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Good evening, friends from coast to coast, from here and abroad. Pull up an armchair, boys and girls. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is Washington, D.C., as your Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Washington Nationals. Going to the hill tonight for the Atlanta Braves is Ian Anderson, a 7-5 record with a 4.98 ERA, 86 innings pitched, 74 strikeouts, 42 walks, and a 1.51 whip. He's got a 264 batting average against. Patrick Corbin, his counterpart, has a 5.70 ERA, 4.11 record. And the thing that jumped out me the most, a 3.10 batting average against. And we are about set for Braves baseball. The Washington Nationals will be wearing their dark blue tops and white bottoms with Washington in white letters across the chest. Atlanta Braves, we are in our road grays with Atlanta across the chest in red letters and the tomahawk underneath, navy outlining it, and the red stripe down the pants. Leading off for the Braves, it'll be Ronald Acuna Jr., then Dansby Swanson, Olson, Riley, Duvall batting fifth, Ozuna back in the lineup batting sixth as the designated hitter, Contreras behind the plate at seventh, and here's the first pitch. Swing and hammered right to third base. A hot shot, but handled well by the Nationals third baseman Franco, and there's quickly one away. That was a hard rocket hit by Acuna, a one hopper. And that was more of the ball catching Franco than Franco catching the ball. Welcome into Braves Country Baseball here every Tuesday and Friday night. Appreciate you tuning in. See D and Maverick in the mentions. Good evening to y'all and good evening to everybody. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. He's batting .293, 15 home runs. Righty-lefty matchup, and the lefty puts a cutter on the outer part of the plate. It'll be called a strike, and it's 0-1. Your home plate umpire tonight is Chris Guccione. More on him in a second as the 0-1 delivery from Corbin. Swing and foul down the line. It's 0-2. Mark Carlson will be manning first. Jose Navas at second, and Jordan Baker is your third base umpire. It's an 0-2 count for Swanson, and the windup kicks and delivers fastball high over the plate, but about eye level. It's 1-2. Finishing off that lineup, Contreras batting seventh, Arcia is batting eighth and playing second, and Michael Harris batting ninth. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Looked like a changeup that changed way too quickly. It's 2-2. Atlanta Braves won last night. If you missed that, a nail biter, 5-4. If you did watch that, bless your heart, because that was an absolute tearjerker. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and grounded over to the left side, and the ball is going to be thrown wild towards the dugout. Dansby Swanson takes the turn, gets to second, and that might be an infield single, but it'll definitely be an E6. We'll see if they just give him an E6. It was going to be a really tough bang play, but the one hopper leaped over Bell's glove. He was stretched out trying to make the backhanded grab. The Braves have a runner on second with one away. That was a wide throw. Bell, not one of your better fielding first baseman, but he gets the job done. That was going to be a difficult play across the board. It looks like they're just going to give it an error. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. A 2-base error gets Swanson in scoring position, and the first pitch is high, 93 miles an hour. It's 1-0. So back to Mr. Guccione. Listen to his statistics as we get ready, as Corbett is working pretty quickly. So I'm going to try to squeeze this in as we go. The 1-0 delivery is off the plate and wide. It's now 2-0. Guccione, his last time out, an absolute awful performance. He missed 14 strikes and 9 balls throughout the night, 23 pitches missed. The 2-0 is a slider right across the letters, and it's 2-1. 75% K rate, meaning he only got 75% correct, 25% wrong. It equated to an estimated 2 extra runs that day. So expect a high scoring game. As he is up towards the top in the league on that. The 2-1 fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. Matt Olson, the left-hander. He went yard last night. Michael Harris went yard. All 5 of the Braves home runs via the home run. The Braves won 5-4. Kenley Jansen barely held on for the save, giving up a solo shot himself. The 2-2 is in the dirt. Ball 3, full count to the ice house with Austin Riley standing on deck. Dansby Swanson also hammered a home run as well. I think I forgot to mention that. That got it going. So it's a 3-2 count from Corbin to Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup. Swanson leads off second. And the pitch. Swing and hammer to the left side, right through the gap. And here comes Swanson. He'll come around to score. And it's 1-0 your Atlanta Braves. Good piece of hitting by Olson. The Nationals had a shift on, and Olson did the old-fashioned hit them where they ain't. And what traditionally would be the 6-hole, he hit it in between second and third where the shortstop would stand, but they were playing Olson to pull. So Franco was all by his lonesome over at third, and he was having to cover third because of the speedy Swanson on second. So 1-0 Atlanta. And that'll bring the rake to the plate, Austin Riley. Austin Riley batting .284. The first pitch is taken outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Last time out, Corbin went 6 innings against the Braves, gave up 4 runs. I felt like in that game, the Braves could have ran him a lot sooner. He kind of tiptoed through the tulips, so to speak, and got through 6 innings. The 1-0 pitch is swing and fouled back against the screen. It's 1-1. The Atlanta Braves. You hate bringing this up because you're worried you're going to jinx them, but we'll just say that they've played really well against these Washington Nationals. More on that in a second as the 1-1 pitch from Corbin, getting set. He twists and fires, and it is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball way outside. It's now 2-1 to Riley. Entering Friday, the Braves have hit 22 home runs and scored 52 runs at 7.4 runs per game in a 7-game winning streak versus the Nationals this year. The Braves, by the way, are on pace for 253 home runs on the year. The 2-1 pitch. Swing it! Speak of the devil. It's going high. It's going deep. It's going back, back, back. Zip, boom, bam, that's gone. It's 3-0, your hot Atlanta Braves. Austin Riley yoked it over the left field wall. That ball went over the bullpen and about 4 rows behind the bullpen. If you're familiar with the Washington Nationals stadium, the bullpen sits right behind left center. And sitting dead red, it's 3-0. My word, why is this man not in the All-Star game? I did see an interview, as many of y'all may have seen as well, and he's kind of on the fence on whether he wants to go or not. He talked about wanting to spend time with his family, which you can understand that. So it's 3-0, and the first pitch on the way to Adam Duvall is taken for a strike at the knees, outer edge. It's 0-1. Duvall batting .204 with 11 bombs, 34 ribbies, and a .652 batting average. The 0-1 delivery is down below the knees, evens up the count. It's 1-1. Adam Duvall, who has fared very well against Corbin, he is up to the number 5 spot tonight. The 1-1 is in the dirt again. It's now 2-1. If you missed it earlier, the Mets and Cubs were set to play at 2:20 Eastern time. That game was rained out. It will be a part of a doubleheader tomorrow in Wrigley Field. The 2-1 delivery to Duvall, and he rips it over the left side, fielded by Franco. He airmails it, leaping to make the catch as Bell, but by the time he comes down, Adam Duvall is safe at first, and there's still just one away. That will most likely be an error as well. 2 errors. Franco is jawing to someone. I don't know who that was. That's obviously, he knows that error is all on him. He flipped it over after pirouetting, and the ball just got away from him. Whereas Franco was the one that hit the home run last night to make it a 1-run game. He's known as an okay defensive third base, but really more for his glove. And that'll bring the big bear to the plate. Ozuna swing and hits it to the right side against the shift. There's only going to be one play, and that is a 4-3 put out. Good defensive play by the Washington second baseman, Cesar Hernandez, and there's 2 away. Washington was playing Atlanta to pull, and Ozuna hit it against the shift. It was a slow roller. By the time Hernandez got the ball, his only play was to first. And that brings Mr. Contreras to the plate. He's heading to the All-Star game. William Contreras batting .265, and the first pitch he swings and fouls it off his back leg. It's 0-1. We're just getting going here on Friday night baseball here in Braves country. It's 3-0 Atlanta. Contreras, 11 home runs as well, 22 RBI, a 900 OPS, a .265 batting average. As he gets set for the 0-1 and swing and a miss, slider down below his knees. It's 0-2. Braves back at it again tomorrow with these same Washington Nationals. It's a 4:05 first pitch, and then 1:35 will end the first half of the regular season against the Nationals on Sunday as we head to the All-Star break. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Did he go around? He did. That's strike 3, and Contreras knew it. He was heading back to the dugout. That'll end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves put 3 up on the scoreboard. The Braves 3, the Nationals nothing. They're coming to the plate.
Zitzschlag.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker's big to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tell you one thing, that's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-0. You're just joining us. Austin Riley hit an absolute bomb, and the Braves took advantage of an error, and it's 3-0 Atlanta. The first pitch on the way from Ian Anderson is a 94-mile-an-hour strike right over the plate. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Anderson looking to bounce back. He's had a rough first half of the year. The 0-1 pitch fouled down the third base line. It's quickly 0-2 to Garcia. Nationals lineup looks like this evening. Garcia is leading off and playing short. Josh Bell, a trade candidate, is playing first and batting second. The switch hitter, the 0-2 pitch swing and hit high and not very deep, playable by Adam Duvall, and he makes the catch. There's one away. Juan Soto will be batting third, a nemesis to the Braves. He was 5 for 10 going into the series. Another possible trade candidate, but most likely they'll hold on to him till the offseason, as he's asking for over $400 million. Nelson Cruz is the designated hitter and batting cleanup. He is another guy that signed a 1-year deal and could be on the move, the 42-year-old professional hitter. As the first pitch is on the way from Anderson to Bell, and it is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Bell batting 300 with 13 home runs, 48 RBI, and an 868 OPS would be a great addition to a lot of teams looking to bolster the middle of their lineup. Anderson misses again in the dirt. It's now 2-0. After Cruz, you'll have Ruiz batting fifth, Hernandez in left field batting sixth, and Hernandez at second base and batting seventh. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and drilled into left field, a worm burner that gets to Duvall, and there's 1 on and 1 out for Juan Soto. Fastball on the outer edge, and Bell just went with it against the shift. No one was over there. The closest man to the ball was Dansby Swanson, and he was probably 10 feet from the second base bag, so a wide open area for Bell to shoot one into left. Juan Soto comes to the plate batting .248, 19 home runs, 41 RBI, and an 896 OPS lefty-righty matchup, and the right-hander Anderson kicks and deals, and it's a curveball off the plate just outside 88 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Finishing off the lineup, Franco's batting 8th and playing 3rd, and Victor Robles will be manning center field tonight and batting 9th. Juan Soto set for Anderson. The 1-0 pitch inside, fastball. Soto had to jump out of the way. It's 2-0. Soto did his patented, if you're not familiar with it, he kind of, on a missed pitch that ends up a ball, he lunges his right foot forward almost as if he's taunting the pitcher. The 2-0 fastball swung on and grounded to Dansby. 6, 4, 3, tailor-made double play, and that'll end the inning. So Ian Anderson gets out of a mess that could have gotten ugly. Atlanta leads it 3-0. Arcia, Michael Harris, and Acuna coming to the plate.
You dumped a porn star? Friendship over!
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
1786. A fine day. Play ball in the campus, but am beaten, for I miss catching and striking the ball. Princeton College.
Children have hit balls with bats as long as there have been children. But baseball's most direct ancestors were two British games. Rounders, a children's sport brought to New England by the earliest colonists, and cricket, a stately pastime divided into innings and supervised by umpires. By the time of the American Revolution, there were many variations. Boys played one version or another in schoolyards and village greens and on college campuses.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and the first pitch is delivered by Corbin, a slider down below the knees and banged foul by Orlando Arcia. It's 0-1. Arcia batting .248 on the year. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Another slider, and he went fishing again. It's 0-2. Orlando Arcia now pretty much in a platoon role since the addition of Robinson Cano. The 0-2 swing and foul down the left field line. Well wide of third base, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Arcia has been stuck on 3 home runs for quite some time, 17 RBI, a 684 OPS. The 0-2 is in the dirt. Did he hold up? Looks like he did. Do it again at 1-2. Full slate of Major League Baseball action tonight. We'll keep you abreast of everything that's going on. Of course, the big thing is the Mets were rained out, so they'll have to play a doubleheader tomorrow against the Cubs, which is usually an advantage if you're pulling against them, which we are. The 1-2 in the dirt, slider, good eye by Arcia, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Usually very difficult to sweep a doubleheader no matter who the opponent is. Patrick Corbin looks in, and he's ready. He kicks and deals, swing, and that ball's going to drop into right field as it is a balloon shot that goes over the second baseman's head, drops in front of Soto, and it's a leadoff single for Orlando Arcia. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. He had the strength to just kind of fist it out there into right field. And that'll bring Money Mike to the plate. Michael Harris II, who was the hero last night. Not only did he hit the 2-run home run to put the Braves in command, but he also gunned down the runner at the plate, and a heck of a tag by Darnold as well. The first pitch to Harris, he shows bunt, pulls it back, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. Red Sox and Yankees have renewed their rivalry tonight in the Bronx. Boston leads it 2-0. Harris has 8 home runs on the year, 26 RBI. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch is outer edge, just kisses the black, fastball, and it's 0-2. Some big matchups throughout Major League Baseball tonight. White Sox and Twins, they're going at it later on. Early start for the Braves tonight, 7:05 Eastern first pitch. If you're just joining us, the 0-2 swing and just got a piece of that to stay alive. It goes foul towards the Braves third base dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. Michael Harris, 1377 OPS against the Nationals. Wow. In 7 games, he has 4 home runs against Washington. Of course, Michael Harris, most are aware, he is a Atlanta native. Braves drafting well in their region once again. The 0-2 to Harris. Swing, and it is foul down the left field line. Well out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Michael Harris has got to be the front runner for Rookie of the Year right now. And if it's not him, I'd say it's Strider. Braves got to be 1-2 right now in the National League Rookie of the Year. There's some other names that you would put in there, but they've got to be at the top of the list. The 0-2 from Corbin. He delivers in his fastball just off the edge. Good eye by Michael. And it's 1-2. All-Star break coming on Monday. You will have the Home Run Derby on Monday night. I believe that's an ESPN telecast. I'm not. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, 95-mile-an-hour fastball towards the dirt below the knees, inner cut, and he could not connect. There's one away. And then, of course, the Major League Baseball All-Star game. That'll take place Tuesday night. They'll have the red carpet. It's really turned into quite the show. And you know, with it being in Los Angeles, there's going to be a heck of a red carpet that night. Teams will get back at it on Thursday. A pretty good slate on Thursday because a lot of games to be made up from the lockout. That brings Acuna to the plate, and Acuna takes the first pitch just below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna grounded out in the first inning to third base, but it was a hard hit ball. Acuna batting .270 on the year. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it over the first base dugout. Well out of play into the second deck. It's 1-1. I think the Braves are hoping the break will do Acuna well. He's struggled a little bit. He is in the All-Star game. I'm sorry, and he is also in the Home Run Derby. He'll be starting in the All-Star game in the Home Run Derby. And the first round is the 1-1 pitch is inside just off the plate, but called for a strike. It's 1-2. Acuna gets the bad luck of drawing Pete Alonso in the first round of the Mets. He's the 2-time back-to-back Home Run Derby champion. The matchups have been set. It'll be Schwarber versus Pujols. The 1-2 delivery, slider down below the knees. Good eye by Ronald. Evens the count at 2-2. Jose Ramirez of Cleveland versus Juan Soto of Washington. That should be a fun one. And Corey Seager has been a late addition. He will go up against the young kid, as they're calling him J-Rod, Julio Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners. If you haven't seen that kid play, he is fun to watch. The 2-2, swing and miss, strike three, fastball right there in Ronald's kitchen. He could not catch up. There's two away. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson is 0 for 1, but reached via an error. Ended up scoring after the Olsen base hit. Of course, they all came in after Riley hit his 26th home run of the year. Swanson gets ready for the first pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Swanson trying to go back-to-back nights with the home run. He hit that bomb against Anibal Sanchez last night. I think it's still rolling through the DC area. Swanson on the 0-1 pitch, runner on first, 2 away. Here's the pitch, and it is a slider down below the knees. Corbin will try to get you to chase that. When he gets ahead, it's 1-1. For you golf fans, Tiger Woods missed the cut in the Open. We'll do the scoreboard on that later. I know a lot of Tiger fans disappointed from that. He finished 3 over. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Slider takes a nosedive just over the plate, and it's 1-2. See, the agent, former agent of Freddie Freeman, Casey Close, is now suing radio man Doug Gottlieb of Fox Radio for tweeting out what he said was wrong information. The 1-2 pitch to Swanson, fastball inside, taken for a ball. Corbin does not like it. It's 2-2. It was a touch off the plate, but he's also called that a strike 2 times already. If you're just joining us, we mentioned that this home plate umpire, Chris Guccione, when he last went out on Monday, Cubs Dodgers, he had a terrible success rate of calling strikes at 75%. League average is low 90s. The 2-2 delivery to Swanson, swing and rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a single. And from first to second goes Arcia. He'll put on the brakes, and there's runners on first and second, 2 away for the Ice House, Matt Olson. Good piece of hitting by Dansby. Lieutenant Dan just rifles it right into right field. Feel like that's become his signature move, where he just goes with that outer fastball, steps into the ground and punches it in for a single. It really is surprising how many teams keep playing the shift on Swanson. That brings Matt Olson to the plate, 1 for 1 with a single. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball's going to get down. The run is going to score. Dansby goes from first to third, and you got runners on the corners. It's 4-0 Hot Atlanta, and 2 away. The second RBI by Matt Olson. First pitch swinging and a fastball that he absolutely scalded down the right field line. Atlanta really putting it on Corbin. When they faced him last weekend, it felt like that Corbin kept getting fortunate, getting out of jams. Tonight, he has not. Soto did a good job of getting to that ball quickly. If that ball gets past him, Dansby's scoring for sure. That brings Mr. Riley to the plate. Mr. Riley takes the first pitch and fouls it back behind home plate. 93-mile-an-hour fastball up high. It's 0-1. Riley's 1 for 1 with a 2-run home run in the first inning. If you're just joining us, he's got the major league lead for third baseman, or National League lead for third baseman, in home runs, RBIs, and OPS, and yet he's not going to the All-Star game. The 0-1 pitch to Riley, swung on, it hit high, and deep into center field, going back on the warning track is Robles. He'll make the catch. Going up against the wall was Robles. Riley gave it a ride. We will head to break. That'll end the inning, but not before Atlanta tacks one more on. It's 4-0 Hot Atlanta.
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have one manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back. He was asleep on the floor. Didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout. Talking about there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch misses for a ball. It's 1-0 to Nelson Cruz. Nelson Cruz batting .240, takes the second pitch high. Fastball. Anderson a little wild here to begin the inning. It's 2-0. Nelson Cruz, .240, 8 home runs on the year. And the 2-0 pitch, fastball right down Main Street, taking all the way. It's 2-1. 48 RBI, 683 OPS. The 2-1 swing and strike right across the middle. Fastball again. It's 2-2. Remember last year at the trading deadline from Minnesota, Nelson Cruz was traded to Tampa. The 2-2 swing and grounded up the middle just off of Ian Anderson's glove, and it'll trickle into center field for a leadoff single. Braves were playing Cruz to shift, and it just went off the top heel of his glove. Arcia gave it chase, almost ran it down. The glove actually came off of Anderson's hand. So the training staff is out there to look at him, but Anderson says, I'm okay. I think it literally just knocked the glove off his hand. It's kind of a funny reaction by Anderson. Almost looked cartoonish. So he'll get back to work now. Ian Anderson will deal with Ruiz. Keibert Ruiz, the left-handed swinging catcher, 259 on the year, 3 home runs. A little bit of an open stance by Ruiz, and the first pitch is swung on and misses the changeup down below the knees. It's 0-1. But Nelson Cruz, what I was talking about, he was traded from Minnesota to Tampa and then signed a 1-year deal again. He signed 1-year deals the last few years, and the assumption is he'll be on the move again. The 0-1 down below the knees, taken for a ball, evens the count at 1-1. Braves 4, Washington nothing. As Anderson looks over to first, keeping an eye on the runner, and the 1-1 pitch goes into the ground just past the plate. It's 2-1. Clayton Kershaw on the mound for the Dodgers later tonight. They haven't announced the starter for the National League and the All-Star game, but you got to figure it's going to be him or Gosselin with it being played in LA. The 2-1 swing and a miss, about a half swing there by Ruiz. It's 2-2. Fastball up high. Milwaukee is out at San Francisco later tonight. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and just grounds it foul towards the first base dugout of Washington. Just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 4, Washington nothing. Atlanta winning the first game of a 4-game set yesterday, 5-4. Got to figure with him just coming off the IL, and he's been used the last 2 nights, that no matter what the score is, the 2-2 pitch is hit down the left field line, giving chase to Duvall over in the corner. He'll make the catch right there at the foul line, and he'll gun it back to Swanson to keep the runner at bay. There's one away. Got to figure the Braves, if this game is close at the end and they do have the lead, Kenley Jansen will be given the night off. So I would think Minter, maybe Smith, you would see in the ninth. Minter was used as well last night, but he was not used on Wednesday. So you would probably get a Smith-Minter combo if it's close. The first pitch to Hernandez is swung on and hit high and deep in the right field corner, bending, just foul. I mean, just misses the chalk in the corner, and it's 0-1. He got quite a bit of that, but the ball just died. Looked like it had enough oomph to get over the fence until it started to make its way towards right field, and you see Acuna lightly jog. He knew he wasn't going to get to it. So it's just a loud strike. The 0-1 to Cesar Hernandez on the way. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. I knew I was going to do that. That is so there's 2 Hernandezes playing tonight. Yadiel Hernandez is the one at bat right now. The 0-2 fastball high, 95 mile an hour up around the eye level, and it's 1-2. Yadiel Hernandez, who is playing left field tonight, on deck is Cesar Hernandez, the second baseman. Anderson kicks and deals and swing and hits high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Duvall in left field. He'll make the catch and flip it back into the infield, and there's 2 away. I think Braves and Brian Snicker, along with the entire staff, would love a easy night tonight, as the Braves bullpen's been through the ringer once again. The Braves, this is the 18th game in a row without a day off. They will finish this run with 2 more, so 20 consecutive days without a day off. First pitch is swung on by Cesar Hernandez and fouled down the left field line. It's 0-1. Definitely takes a toll on your bullpen. So they would love Anderson to go deep, number 1 and number 2, if they do have to go to the pen, have a big enough lead where they don't have to put the high leverage guys in. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded to Olsen, he's got it. He's going to flip it to Swanson, who's standing on the bag at second. So it's a 3-6 put out at second base. And on the play, Hernandez just switches spots with Cruz. It was a slow developing grounder that ends the inning. So we will head to the top of the third inning. The Braves lead it 4-0.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is swung on and hit high and shallow into right field, caught by Juan Soto as Adam Duvall is retired on one pitch, and there's one away. That brings Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first inning. It was a productive ground out as he moved the runner over that came around to score. And the first pitch to Ozuna is taken at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 delivery from Corbin is in the dirt just over the plate. Evens up the count at 1-1. We're here just in the top of the third inning. Atlanta leads at 4-0. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. Ball 2, it's 2-1. If Atlanta can win tonight, they'll draw within 2 games of the New York Mets, who are idle. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off the plate. It's 2-2. Mets are idle because of a rainout in Chicago. They will make that up as a doubleheader tomorrow, starting at 2:20. The second game set for 8:05 Eastern. The 2-2 pitch, swinging grounded towards third base. Franco's got it. He'll flip it across the diamond, and Ozuna's out on the 5-3 putout. There's 2 away. Mets did get good news yesterday. Jacob deGrom, in his third rehab start, went 4 innings, 4 strikeouts, gave up a run, but it was unearned. Probably his last start before he comes back. As Contreras comes to the plate in a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, hits the zone just outside, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Contreras, 92-mile-an-hour fastball, misses inside. It's now 1-1. The 1-1 to Contreras, swing, and fouled it off the catcher, and he is limping around as he well, what's the best way to put this? I think that ball got him in the family jewels. He is walking it off as everyone's giving him a chance and making sure he's okay. So as they check on him, the Mets beat reporter believes that DeGrom will probably do another simulated start his next time out, because all of the leagues, minor leagues and major leagues, are off at the same time next week. So there's nowhere for him to throw. So he'll probably do a simulated game and then be ready to come back for the Mets at some point early on after the All-Star break. If I was to guess, I would say, because Showalter did it the first time, he's going to set it up where the Braves will have to face Scherzer and DeGrom. So he just wants to make sure that they're not going to pitch that the one day before they face the Braves. They are set for a four-day series of 5 games, one of them being a doubleheader in New York. As the catcher for the Nationals, Ruiz, is still bending over and trying to catch his breath. We've all been there. We can imagine what he's going through. So it's a little tricky because you're talking about trying to figure it out about 2 weeks in advance. But I'm sure Buck Showalter will map it out where he makes sure that those two face the Braves in what will be a big series, 5 games in New York, a doubleheader on that Saturday. Ruiz still bent over and getting a fresh towel to get himself back together. That foul ball went right in between the thigh region. And he is, I'm sure, just getting to the point now where he's not seeing stars anymore. Trainers out there talking to him, as well as his manager, Dave Martinez. And he's bent over behind the plate now. Looks like he's ready to give it a go again. So it's a 1-2 count to Contreras to restart this. It's 1-2. There's 2 away to William Contreras. Patrick Corbin is about to throw his 59th pitch of the game. If Contreras can keep it going, Orlando Arcia stands on deck. In other news, it looks like Ozzie Albies will be back in with the Braves somewhere between mid to late August. Now Contreras asked for time. He's ready now, and the 1-2 delivery from Corbin on the way, and it's in the dirt. Bounces off the plate, and it's 2-2. Two from Patrick Corbin. Number 60 on the night. Here it goes, swinging and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. When Washington comes up, the bottom half of the inning, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 batters on the way. The 2-2 pitch is down below the knees. Ball 3, full count to William Contreras. Patrick Corbin signed that 6-year, $140 million deal with the Nationals a few years back. The 3-2 pitch is down below the knees. Ball 4, and Contreras works himself a walk. Good at bat by William. He'll head down to first with 2 away. We talked about this on the pregame show. That has just not been a contract that has worked out well for Washington. And of course, in that same, within a calendar year, they extended Steven Strasburg to that monster contract. They're on the hook for both of those contracts for the next 3-4 years. Washington is going to have a hard time as the first pitch is swung on by Arcia. It's hit hard and deep into left field. On the warning track is Hernandez. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to break. Atlanta leads it 4-0.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, like, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get like an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller Rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum, but up there, I was on the ball team.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0, getting 3 in the first, 1 in the second. Coming to the plate for the Nationals is Michael Franco. Franco, righty-righty matchup, takes the fastball top of the zone, 94 miles an hour. For a strike, it's 0-1. Of course, Michael Franco, you remember, used to be a Philadelphia Philly. The 0-1 pitch banged foul down the third base line, and it's 0-2. Franco with 8 home runs on the year. He went yard last night, adding to his 37 RBIs. With 2 strikes, Arcia goes back into normal shift. The 0-2 pitch swing and hits hard down the third base line, just foul, and it's 0-2. Philadelphia Phillies, they are in Miami tonight. They trail the Marlins, 1-0. That game is in the bottom of the 5th. Red Sox lead the Yankees in the second, 2-0. The 0-2, high 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-2. Kansas City in Toronto, they trail 1-0 in the third. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. He went fishing well below the knees. Curveball by Anderson got him chasing, and there's one away. Kansas City Royals are in Toronto playing that 4-game series. 10 of their 26 players are inactive because of COVID restrictions. First pitch is on the way to Robles, and it's banged off the plate. It's 0-1. It's also interesting to note that Kansas City won the first game of that series last night. Of course, Toronto just fired their coach. Blue Jays not living up to owners' expectations. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball, high, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. They're in the third inning in Cleveland. Guardians lead the Tigers 3-1. Baltimore and Tampa Bay is the 1-1 pitch, misses high, fastball, about chest high. It's 2-1. Baltimore and Tampa, Orioles lead 1-0 in St. Petersburg. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, intercut. It's 2-2. Believe it or not, that's a pretty big game. The Rays lead the wild card race. The 2-2 pitch, fastball on the outer edge, just kisses the black. Take a seat, Robles. There's 2 away. He did not like that call. Looked like it might have been just on the outer edge. Taking a look at the replay, it was a good frame by Contreras. But if you know the history of this umpire and how poorly he called the game Monday night, you can't take a 2-strike count like that. First pitch is swung on and popped up out of play by Garcia, the leadoff hitter. It's 0-1. Baltimore and Tampa are separated by just 4 games in the standings. For Baltimore has been on quite the hot streak. The 0-1 pitch, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, fouled down the left field line, and it's 0-2. Seattle and Texas are scoreless. That game is not quite started yet. I guess that's why it's scoreless. Same story with Oakland and Houston. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3, changeup just off the plate, and that'll end the inning. Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. Harris, Acuna, and Swanson coming up. We head to the top of the 4th. It's 4-0 Atlanta.
1971. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Hippies burning library cards. Abby Huffman telling everybody to steal books. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella. Sure, go ahead. Laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene. Well, I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Ebbets spent $750,000 to build his park with its marble rotunda and chandeliers made in the form of bats and balls. So much that he had to sell half his interest in the team to pay his debts. Ebbets Field opened to the public on April 5th, 1913, with an exhibition game against the Highlanders, who officially changed their name that spring to the New York Yankees. Brooklyn won 3-2. An inside the park home run by a young former dental student named Casey Stengel made the difference. Over the next 45 summers, Ebbets Field would witness some of the worst baseball ever played and some of the very best.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0, and the first pitch on the way to Michael Harris is a fastball off the plate. Wide, taken for a ball by Harris. It's 1-0. Harris is 0 for 1 on the night. The 0-1 pitch is, the 1-0 pitch is banged off the ground foul, evens up the count at 1-1. Harris struck out in the second inning. The 1-1 inside fastball. Good eye by Harris. It's 2-1. 2-1 delivery from Corbin. He kicks and deals and swinging down the left field line. Will it stay fair? Bends foul right to a fan in the stands alongside near the foul pole. Good catch by the fan. That's the plus. The minus, it's an older fan with a glove. What are your thoughts on that? So we'll do it again at 2-2. I'm sure he doesn't care because it was a hot rocket and he's glad he has a glove. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, slider on the outer part of the plate. And he went fishing. There's one away. Braves are at the top of the National League wild card standings now. And they have a 4-game lead over the San Diego Padres, who have lost 3 in a row. Of course, 3 wild card teams this year. So the third team in the wild card hunt, St. Louis Cardinals, they're 6.5 behind Atlanta. Here's the first pitch, hit high and deep by Acuna, going down the right field line, but Ben's fouling out of play. It's 0-1. So a 4-game lead on San Diego and a 6.5-game lead on St. Louis before they would fall out of the wild card race. Just below that line, they have a 7-game lead on Philly and a 7.5-game lead on the Giants. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and hammered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. A 1-out single by Ronald Acuna Jr. And the Braves got something cooking at the top of the 4th. Good hit by Acuna. Not a terrible pitch by Corbin. It was a fastball on the outer edge, and Ronald just able to pull it. Just got the barrel of the bat in front of it, was able to yank it into left field. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 on the night with a run scored. Been on base both times. As they flip over to first base to keep an eye on Ronald. Figure he might be trying to go here. A left-hander. There goes Acuna. It's in the dirt, and he'll be safe at second. Ronald Acuna Jr. jumps up and does the motorcycle miming that he does when he jumps up and pretends like he's got a hold of the handles and revving it up. Actually, a pretty darn good throw by Ruiz, as that ball was down below the knees. He just kept it from skipping into the dirt, but had to backhand it and throw against his weight to get Acuna. So pretty good arm by him. And the 1-0 pitch, fastball fouled back out of play over the first base dugout. It's 1-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. his 20th steal of the year. The 1-1 on the way, swung on and fouled off the foot of Swanson. It's 1-2. Dansby Swanson trying to drive Acuna in, who stands on second with one away. We're standing on deck is Olson, and in the hole is Riley. Braves trying to extend this lead and give Anderson a bigger cushion to work with. The 1-2. Fastball outside. Taken all the way. It's 2-2. Braves 4:05 tomorrow, 1:35 on Sunday. And then it's off to the All-Star break. The 2-2 in the dirt. Good eye by Swanson. It's 3-2. No game on Tuesday. We'll be back next Friday. Next Friday, the Atlanta Braves will be at home against the Angels. The 3-2 pitch misses inside. Ball 4 to Dansby Swanson. He'll head down to first. Runners on first and second. One away for Matt Olson. That's a 7:20 first pitch for the Friday night game next week. And of course, we'll have the pregame show at 6:30 with Justin Waller and I. Did you talk a lot of football and baseball? Get you ready for the game. Hickey, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to Corbin, talk a little strategy, and Corbin up to 76 pitches. As everyone retreats back to the dugout and to their positions. If you are a football fan, tomorrow marks the beginning of our Saturday morning football show. Armchair Quarterbacks 1 right here on this channel. 9 a.m. to noon. We'll be talking college and pro football, fantasy football, you name it. It's 9 a.m. to noon every Saturday. The first pitch is off the plate and wide for a ball to Matt Olson. It's 2-2. Braves 4, Washington nothing. Top of the fourth inning. The 1-0 swing and grounded right through the hole. And here comes Acuna. He runs right through any kind of sign Washington would have given him. And a head first slide. It's 5-0. He's a 2 bouncer right through the middle, right between second and short, over the bag. Hit pretty hard by Olson. They were playing Olson on a shift, but he hit it just in the perfect spot. Basically hit it where the umpire was standing, and it had enough force where no one could get to it. And then the throw to the plate would have been closer, but the ball actually hit the pitcher's mound. So it had a high hop, and Ruiz had to charge the ball to make sure that it didn't get away. Pretty good throw by Robles. That puts runners on first and second, 1 away. And Austin Riley comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley already with the home run. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it off of Ruiz's mask and into the backstop. Evens the count at 1-1. Poor Ruiz, man, he has taken a beating tonight. Riley 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run in the first inning as the Nationals bullpen starting to get warm. Looks like they got a righty and a lefty warming up. The 1-1 pitch on the way and fastball high. Ball 2. It's 2-1. Looking past the All-Star break, which begins for the Atlanta Braves on Friday, they'll host Los Angeles Angels and then go on the road for a very short trip to the Philadelphia Phillies and then come back home to play Arizona. The 2-1 pitch, swing and foul down the right field line. It's 2-2. Very strange. You don't regularly see that in a schedule where you're home for 3, away for 3, and back home. And then to start August, as the 2-2 pitch is on the way, fastball inside, taken for a strike, and Riley's rung up. There's 2 away. Riley doesn't like it. Kind of a wide strike, but it was right there with 2 strikes. You probably can't take that. Good piece of framing by Ruiz. That'll bring the number 5 hitter, Adam Duvall, to the plate. Braves lead at 5-0. You got Deuces Wild as runners on first and second. So 2 on and 2 away. And Adam Duvall, who's 1 for 2 on the night, comes to the plate. The first pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. So that when they come off the 3 at home against the Angels, 3 on the road to Philly, and 3 at home against Arizona, they'll then have a day off and go to Philly be at home against Philly for 2. As the 0-1 pitch misses inside, it's 1-1. And then that's when they head to New York that Thursday night, Friday night, a doubleheader Saturday and Sunday afternoon game. 5 games in 4 days. Also find it interesting as the 1-1 pitch, swing and hit high and deep down the left field line. Foul. Man, did Duvall hammer that ball, but it was plenty foul. The upper deck job, it's 1-2. But it's kind of cruel and unusual punishment to the Mets and Braves players and bullpen that you're going to play a Friday night game, an early doubleheader on Saturday. The second game is a late game, and then you turn around and play an early game on Sunday. The 1-2 fastball high, okay, you got me on that one. Chris Guccione blows another call, strike 3, and that'll end the inning, but not before Atlanta adds another run. It's 5-0 Atlanta. We'll head to the bottom of 4.
Of all the crazy baseball stats that we see like on a daily basis, this one right here has to take the cake. This is definitely one of those like, do we live in a simulation? Because history has just oddly repeated itself. Look at this. Through 403 career games, Vlad Guerrero Sr. had 87 home runs and an on-base percentage of 363. Okay, now Vlad Guerrero Jr. through the same 403 career games, 87 home runs, and an on-base percentage of 363. What the heck? The games, the home runs, that's one thing, but the on-base percentage, like down to the 3rd decimal point, that is mind-blowing.
Armchair.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Why is baseball, you ask? Because it is like charity. It never faileth. It is always there except on wet grounds. And to the man who is too old to keep up with the attempt to civilize football, and too young to need so soothing a sedative as golf, who works hard when he works, who wants to rest hard when he rests, who wants a drama that is as full of surprises for the actors as it is for the audience, who wants a race that cannot be fixed like a horse race, who is so genuine and American that he wants something to kick about without meaning it, and something to yell about that everyone around him will think more of him for yelling about. To that man, baseball is the one great lifesaver in the good old summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Ian Anderson is right there just on the side of the plate, but called a ball. It's 1-0. Can't do enough justice to the fact that Chris Guccione blew that last pitch. The 1-0 pitch is way outside. It's 2-0. His pattern is when it gets to 2 strikes, he gets very liberal with his strike zone, not just side to side, but also up and down. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 1, fastball top of the zone. It's 2-1. Jared, I'm assuming that's at HRD, stands for Home Run Derby. That's being played on Monday. I think until someone beats Alonso, it's his to lose. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, 2-2. I would say Schwarber is a good dark horse on that one, as well as I'll take the National League East. How about that? Because Soto's in it too. And then, of course, you got Acuna. Acuna just didn't fare very well the last time he did it. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going off the wall, bouncing off the track. It's going to be a stand-up double for Bell as he cruises into second base. Duvall did a pretty good job playing the carom off the wall. Missed the cutoff, man. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. He airmailed it over Arcia's head. I think he might have misplayed where it was. Looked like that ball actually went off the top of it's the sign just below the railing. I thought it went off on the bottom of the ground and bounced off, but it was actually on the signage. So he just missed a home run by about 2 feet or so. That brings Soto to the plate, and the first pitch to Soto is a changeup, misses high above the eyes. It's 1-0. I'll tell you who I think will not win it is Pujols. Pujols is in there, and I mean, I get it. They're doing it because it's his last go around. The 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. Ball 2, it's 2-0. But Pujols, you could have found 20 other players that are more deserving than Pujols at this stage of his career. Two-0 pitch to Soto. Lefty righty matchup. Here's the pitch, and it's a changeup down below the knees. Ball 3, it's 3-0. Ian Anderson getting into some trouble here in the 4th inning. Leads at 5-0, but you got a runner on second, nobody out, and he's a ball away from putting another runner on in the middle of this Washington order. The 3-0 pitch to Soto, kicks and deals, fastball top of the zone, outer edge. It's 3-1. The good news for the Braves with that Mets series is the 3-1 pitch, swing and fouls it back. It's a full count to Juan Soto. Looked like the changeup that he just mistimed. It's outer edge of the plate. Pretty good pitch by Ian. After that 5-game series, the Braves are going to have that Monday off, and then they will go to Boston for 2 and have that Thursday off. So they'll get 2 days off that week after a 5-game series. So that is the good news about that scheduling. The 3-2 swing and fouls it down the third base line, out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. You got to figure you're going to wear that bullpen out in that 5-game, 4-day series. Be nice to have the day off before you have to head to Boston and all the runs they can put up. But after they come off that day off after Boston, they'll go to Miami for a 4-game series in 3 days. 3-2 pitches, a changeup low, and that'll walk Soto to first. That puts runners on first and second, nobody out. And when the Braves come out of that series with Miami, they will then play 4 at home with no days off, 4 at home against the Mets and 3 against Houston. August is going to be a tough road for Atlanta. If they can get through that, they should be sitting in pretty good shape heading into September. First pitch on the way to Nelson Cruz, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Soto on first, Bell on second. Cruz at the plate. Cruz and Bell, not the fastest of runners. The 0-1 pitch changeup misses it low inside. It's 1-1. Braves 5, Washington nothing. The 1-1 fastball, top of the zone, strike called. It's 1-2. Nelson Cruz is 1 for 1 on the night. The 42-year-old's batting .243 on the year, the .687 OPS. The 1-2 fastball misses high, evens the count at 2-2. Anderson now sitting at 55 pitches on the evening. Boston and New York, they are tied. The Yankees and Red Sox, they are tied at 3 apiece. That game is in the top of 4. 2 on, nobody out. The 2-2 pitch to Nelson Cruz. Curveball way in the dirt, and it's 3-2. So you got a full count to Cruz and nobody out. Runners on first and second. A big pitch here by Anderson. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and there's 1 away. Fastball was at the top of the zone, and he just could not connect. Must have been looking for the changeup. He was just behind that pitch. That'll bring Hubert Ruiz to the plate. Ruiz oh for 1. The first pitch is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, but foul. Man, did he get a hold of that? It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch on the way and fastball high. Taken for a strike. It's 0-2. Ian Anderson got runners on first and second with 1 away. An 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball way outside. It's 1-2. Anderson looks in on a 1-2 count, runners on first and second, 1 away. And stepping out of the box, Ruiz asks for time. Left-handed Hernandez stands on deck. Soto on first, Bell on second. The 1-2 hit high and deep in the left field line. Bending foul. Underneath it is Duvall. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. Braves 5, Washington nothing. Ian Anderson trying to get out of this mess. He's got runners on first and second. Now 2 away. And that'll bring Yadiel Diaz to the plate. I'm sorry, Hernandez. Yadiel Hernandez to the plate. First pitch to Hernandez is inside for a ball, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-0. Hernandez 0 for 1 on the night. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and just got a piece of it. Bangs it foul past the first base line. It's 1-1. Looking ahead to the Braves. Top of the 5th inning, it'll be Ozuna, Contreras, and Arcia due up. The 1-1 pitch from Anderson. Swing and just got a piece of it. Looked like the changeup down below the knees. Barely got a piece of it. It's 1-2. One-two pitch from Anderson. And the delivery just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves lead at 5-0. Bottom of the 4th inning. A 1-2 pitch. On the way, fastball misses high. It's 2-2. So deuces are wild. You got 2 on, 2 out. A 2-2 pitch. Here's the delivery. Fastball high. And it's a full count now. So the runners are going to be on the move. A full count to Hernandez from Anderson, the 68th pitch of the night. 3-2 with 2 away. Here's the payoff and swing and a miss, strike 3, fastball, and that'll put him away. So the Nationals put 2 on, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. It's 5-0 Atlanta.
So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone. But he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Patrick Corbin fires in the first pitch to Ozuna, about knee high, taking first strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch is off the plate. Good eye by Marcel, evens up the count at 1-1. Braves 5, Nationals nothing. Top of the 5th inning, the 1-1 pitch downstairs misses for 2-1. The 2-1 swing and a miss. Strike 2. Took a little bit off of that, pulled the string on that. And it's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery from Corbin to Ozuna. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Fastball outer edge. And there's one away. In that game for the Yankees and Red Sox, Giancarlo Stanton hit another home run. That game is still 3-3. The first pitch to Contreras is a slider right there at the knees. It's 0-1. 0-1 on the way to Contreras, off the plate and wide. Good eye by William. It's 1-1. Patrick Corbin, by the way, is at 94 pitches here in the top of the 5th. The 1-1 off the plate wide again. Fastball missing. It's 3rd or 4th pitch in a row that he's missed his location. Even on the strikeout with Ozuna, the catcher was set up inside and the fastball missed outside. Ozuna just chased it. The 2-1. Slider down below the knees. It's 3-1. 5th inning, so it's time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. Is a 3-1 pitch to Contreras. Check swing and a miss. It's 3-2. On this date, 1901, Christy Mathewson, known as the Christian Gentleman of the San Francisco Giants, New York Giants, he threw the first modern day no-hitter. The 3-2 swing and just broken bat grounder over to second. Easily playable by Cesar Hernandez. He flips it over to first and there's 2 away. Christy Mathewson, the first modern day no-hitter. No hit the St. Louis Cardinals that day as the New York Giants beat St. Louis 5-0. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia takes a fastball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Arcia is 1 for 2 and a run scored. The 1-0. Slider outside misses. It's 2-0. Arcia singled in the second and scored a run. The 1-1 pitch is downstairs, misses wide. It's 2-1. Corbin deals the 102nd pitch of the night on the way. It's a slider. It misses low and inside. It's now 3-1. On this date, 1939, National League President Ford Frick as the 3-1 pitch swing and hit high and deep into left center field, going back on the track, over the wall and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. It's 6-0 Atlanta. Orlando Arcia planted that one just over the bullpen, the side of the wall that separates the bullpen and the fans. And it got out in a hurry. Corbin's got to be at the end of his string. 6-0 Atlanta Braves. His 4th home run of the year. As he and Cano are doing a pretty good job spelling second base for the injured Ozzie Albies. First pitch to Michael Harris is a fastball that misses just off the plate. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. On this date, 1939, National League President Ford Frick orders the 0-1 pitch swung on a miss. It's a slider. So he went fishing. It's 0-2. He orders that 2-foot screens are affixed to foul poles for the first time in baseball history. The 0-2 swing and just, he did not get a piece of it. I thought he fouled it off, and catcher picks it up and tags Michael on the leg, and that'll end the inning. But not before Arcia adds another run. It's 6-0 Atlanta.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball, which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, or a banker in California or whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. And despite his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in that field, or you're marked forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And Ian Anderson flips in the curveball down below the knees to Cesar Hernandez for a ball. It's 1-0. Hernandez 0 for 1 with a ground out in the second, fielder's choice. And then the 1-0 pitch is a changeup at the knees, outer cut. Good pitch by Ian. It's 1-1. Anderson turns, twists, and deals, and it's a fastball top of the zone, called high. It's now 2-1. Anderson, just at 71 pitches, could conceivably get through this inning and maybe even the next if he does so quickly. The 2-1 fastball, outer edge. It's 3-1. Those 2-foot screens, it was the first time in the history of Major League Baseball that those were ordered by the National League president to be affixed along the poles. The 3-1 hammered into right field, and it's a leadoff single for Hernandez. 3-1 fastball that he turned on and ripped it to the right side. The Nationals got something going here in the bottom of the 5th. Shortly after that, the American League ordered the same. This all came from an argument a few days before where there was a home run in the game with the New York Giants that either just went fair or just went foul, and a huge argument ensued. They had to break up umpires and managers. The first pitch is in the dirt, and man, that thing was all the way to the backstop. It's a 1-0 count to Franco, and Hernandez scoots up to second with nobody out. Looked like probably the changeup, and it bounced off the plate and then ricocheted off of Contreras' glove. Michael Franco's 0 for 1 on the night, a strikeout in the 3rd inning. As the 1-0 pitch swing and hammers it down to the third baseline. Making the backhanded catch is Riley. He spins and fires it over to first, and there's one away. 5-3 put out on a great defensive play by Austin Riley. That ball was a rocket. And he had to pirouette and flip it over to first to get Franco. Hernandez stays at second. Good play by Riley for the first out. But that argument took place in 1939. That's when they first started putting those screens affixed the foul poles. The first pitch is swung on and grounded over to Swanson. He scoops it, jumps back up to his feet, fires over to first, and there's 2 away. The Nationals, who had a rally going, 2 pitches later, there's 2 outs, and the runner has not moved from second. On this date in 1967, the great Bob Gibson broke his leg after a comebacker from Roberto Clemente hit him a line drive to the mound. Gibson would break his leg, but come back in time to throw 3 complete games, only giving up 3 earned runs in the 1967 World Series. That brings the leadoff hitter Garcia to the plate, and the first pitch is a changeup at the knees, outer edge. It's 0-1. On this date in 1994, the famous Albert Bell bat incident took place, where they confiscated his bat, where they believed that it was corked, and they put it in the umpire's locker room. As the 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, it's 0-2. The bat was put into the umpire's locker room, and during the game, relief pitcher Jason Grimsley of the Cleveland Indians went over the ceiling and into the umpire's locker room, stole the bat back, and replaced it with the bat that they knew was not the same bat. It had a different signature on it. The 0-2 pitch, fastball misses wide. It's 1-2. Grimsley later admitted it in an interview 5 years later that he indeed did steal the bat because they knew it was corked. And that's on this date in 1994. The 1-2 pitch from Anderson, 80th of the night on the way, swing and hit right to Dansby Swanson. A liner that he leaps and grabs and makes the out, and that'll end the inning. So what could have been a disaster of an inning actually ended up being a pretty quick one. The Braves lead at 6-0, and Anderson's got some more pitches.
What are you putting on makeup when you find the pumps to match your skirt? Get out in the gym and start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season, they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Washington Nationals 6-0 as we head to the 6th inning. Nationals are making a pitching change as the right-hander Erasmo Ramirez comes in. 4.58 ERA, 39 innings, 30 appearances, and 29 strikeouts. He also has 9 walks. And Acuna steps in, and the first pitch is inside. And did that get Acuna? He spun backwards. I think it missed him. But Acuna is not happy as that ball sailed inside. Looked like a fastball, but kind of had 2-seam action at the end. It did miss him, but dangerously close to his hands. He's got to be getting tired of that. The 1-0 delivery to Acuna swung on and grounded down the third base line. It's 1-0. 1-1, excuse me. Acuna. Opposing teams will tell you that you got to pitch him inside to be efficient, but he's just tired of getting hit. The 1-1 pitch, swing and hit hard to the third base side, grounded over to third, and Franco's got it. He'll fire it across the infield, and there's one away. Good defensive play by Franco. Is a 2-hopper, and that second hop was right at about even with his feet, and he had to kind of olay it, keep it from going it into left field. Of course, Acuna was hustling on the plate, beat him by about a half step. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate, and Dansby Swanson takes the first pitch, outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Ramirez to Swanson on the way in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-1. Philly leads Miami 2-1. That game is in the top of the 8th inning in Miami. Yankees and Red Sox are tied in the 5th. Baltimore leads Tampa Bay 2-1 in the 5th. The 1-1 fastball top of the zone, 94 miles an hour, about letter high. It's 1-2. Most of the games are underway now. You still have Milwaukee and San Francisco, along with Arizona and San Diego. In the Battle of LA, Dodgers and Angels, those three have not started, but the rest are in action. The 1-2 off the plate wide. Good take by Swanson. Slider misses. It's 2-2. If you're just joining us, Mets were postponed today. They'll do a doubleheader tomorrow at Wrigley. If this score holds, the Braves will be just 2 games back of New York. The 2-2 pitch, swing and hit to the third base side. Franco's been busy. He'll throw it across the diamond. 5-3 put out. There's 2 away. In St. Louis, the Reds and Cardinals are tied at 2. White Sox and Twins, they're tied at 2 as they head to the 3rd inning. Matt Olson comes to the plate. He is 3 for 3. 3 singles. He digs in against Ramirez. They set up inside. The pitch is high, but over the plate, it's 1-0. Ruiz sets up out wide down with the 1-0 delivery coming from Ramirez and swung on, and fastball's grounded to the right side. Easy playable. It's a 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So the first 3 up, 3 down for the Braves. We will head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Atlanta 6, Washington nothing.
Can I have the keys? No! You're out of my will! You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I got to remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and First Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacher right, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, tears and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding died.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0, and Ian Anderson's back out there for inning number 6. A 94-mile-an-hour fastball, letter high, outer edge. It's 0-1. Anderson, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 hits. The 0-1 misses wide to Josh Bell. Evens the count at 1-1. Juan Soto stands on deck. Anderson, the 1-1 swing and hits it down the left field line. That's going to be trouble. It heading into the corner, and just before it gets to the corner, Duvall gets it, fires it back into the infield, but Josh Bell slides into second safely, and it's a leadoff double. Braves would like to get Anderson through 6 innings. But I think more importantly to Snicker would be for him to not struggle. So he may not leave him out there terribly long if he starts to struggle here in the 6th. He's had a pretty good outing so far. He's had so many tough ones recently. You'd like for him to end on a good note heading towards the All-Star break. But here comes Juan Soto. Juan Soto's 0 for 1. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball. He fouls it back over the third base dugout. It's 0-1. Ian Anderson adjusting his pant legs as he gets ready to throw the 0-1. Josh Bell is 3 for 3 on the night. The rest of the team has 2 hits. The 0-1 inside, taken for a ball, curveball misses. It's 1-1. Of course, Josh Bell on that 1-year deal, he could be headed about anywhere. A lot of teams would like to have that switch hitting power bat from the first base side. Mets are one team that people have talked about. The curious thing would be, would they train it in division? The 1-1 pitch set right, hit the outside part of the plate, but Guccione misses the call. It's 2-1. Of course, there's a lot of teams that would like to add Bell, and it'll really come down to who steps up with the best package. Believe it or not, Bell was a free agent this year. The 2-1 pitch and change up wide. It's 3-1. And Atlanta, along with other teams, looked at Bell. Bell signed a pretty club-friendly deal. It's a 1-year deal. I believe it was for 10, and they got Cruz for 13. So there'll be a lot of teams trying to get the rental. The Josh Bell one, the one that I think he might end up at that's logical would be the Tampa Bay Rays. Was they could put together a nice package for Washington. The 3-1 fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 3-2. Soto was about 6 or 7 steps towards first, heading towards first base. That ball was definitely over the plate and about 2 inches below 2 inches below and inside, and an inch or 2 inside to the plate. You know, years ago, you show up an umpire like that heading down to first, you better be swinging at this next pitch. The umps aren't the way they used to be, though. The 3-2 to Soto on the way. Fastball way wide. It's ball 4. 95-mile-an-hour fastball way off the plate, and Anderson walks Soto again. Second walk in a row for Soto. Anderson has definitely been tippy-toeing around him, not wanting to give up those runs. Understandable, but he does have a 6-run lead. You don't want to keep walking guys on. One swing could make this interesting. Colin McHugh warms up in the Atlanta bullpen, the right-hander. Braves would much rather bring him in the 6th as opposed to, the 7th as opposed to the 6th. That'll bring a pinch hitter on. Adrianza, the ex-Brave, comes in, and the first pitch is a changeup at the knees and on the plate, but another blown call by Blue. It's 1-0. Adrianza pinch hitting for Nelson Cruz. Very interesting there. The 1-0 pitch at the knees. This one is called for a strike. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Yadiel Hernandez. 1-1 to Adrianza. Fastball swung on and missed, top of the zone, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Got to figure Anderson's going to try to finish him off here with something off speed. Adrianza's a hard person to double up. The lead runner, Bell, does not run well, but Soto does, and so does Adrianza. He can fly. The 1-2, way outside off the plate. Change up miss. It's 2-2. Assuming they're all healthy, Braves will get the chance to see Ohtani and Mike Trout when we come back from the All-Star break. We'll have game one of that series. The 2-2 to Adrianza on the way. Swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line, giving chases Duvall. He runs out of real estate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Foul ball that bended into the fans section right there in that crevice near where the ball girl sits. She had to pick up her stool and get out of the way as Duvall was hard charging. Anderson, now up to 94 pitches on the evening, has yet to record an out here in the sixth. The 2-2 swung on and grounded to second. They're going to try to run the 4-6-3 double play, but Adrianza beats it out, and there's runners on the corners with one away. I was saying before that was going to be a tough customer to double up. It was a pretty good double play attempt by Arcia, a two-hopper, but he had to shovel pass it to Swanson. Swanson got it and rifled it over to first. But Adrianza streaking down the line, especially from the left-hand side of the batter's box. Before the ball was even leaving Swanson's hand, Adrianza was taking the last stride over first. It looks like there's some kind of a challenge. I don't know what they're challenging. Swanson's foot hit the bag, and then he threw it over to first. Looking at the replay, his foot is in contact with the bag as the ball hits the glove. And then when his foot comes off the glove, off the base, might be one of those things where they might as well challenge it. They do call it an out. It was a little closer when you get it into the slow down slow-mo. But his right foot was dragging across the bag as he was getting the feed, and then he threw it over to first. At first, I thought maybe Atlanta was challenging the runner safe at first, but there's no way he was out. So Soto is out. It's the one thing I don't like about replay with baseball. When you start talking about turning double plays. There was always the unwritten rule of the neighborhood play, and it's really lost because of replay. So that'll bring Ruiz to the plate. Ruiz takes the first pitch for a ball down below the knees. Look like the curveball. It's 1-0. Ruiz, the hind catcher, is 0 for 2 on the night from the left-hand side of the plate. The 1-0 to Ruiz, swung on and grounded, foul down the first base line, just past the Nats dugout. It's 1-1. Toronto all over the shorthanded Kansas City Royals side. It's 8-1. About midway through that game. Anderson trying to get a double play to end this one. He does have a good candidate at the plate. The catcher takes the 1-1 count inside fastball. It's now 2-1. Anderson loses Ruiz here. We might see him pulled. And I know Anderson would love to get a quality start in before he hits the All-Star break. Ian Anderson gets the sign from Contreras. Contreras sets up outside. The 2-1 swung on and fouled over the third base dugout. It's 2-2. San Diego Padres and St. Louis Cardinals, the two teams closest to the Braves in the wild card race. Tonight, the Padres are about to start their game with Arizona. It's Bumgarner versus Darvish. And the Reds and Cardinals, St. Louis leads that game 3-2. The 2-2 pitch to Ruiz. Contreras sets up outside. Fastball way outside. It's ball 3, 3-2. Ian's been going fastball changeup in this at bat. If you're Ruiz, you got to figure you're getting one of the two. His curveball has not been hitting the zone today. The 3-2 delivery from Anderson on the way. Changeup way up high, misses ball 4. The bases are loaded, and here comes Snicker. And I think he's going to pull Anderson. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, Colin McHugh comes out of the pen. The bases are loaded with one away.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship. A liner off Maggie's goal in the center field. The World Series. Precious. Fittingly with a throw, the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? And for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0. That's the good news. The bad news is the bases are loaded. As Yadiel Hernandez comes to the plate, the left-handed swinger. He's going to face the right-handed Colin McHugh. A little surprised they didn't bring a lefty in to face Hernandez. We'll see how this works out. McHugh is good about getting ground ball, double plays. The first pitch on the way is a cutter that misses high. It's 1-0. Ian Anderson is the 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and miss. Nice changeup by McHugh. It's 1-1. The three base runners, that are on right now, the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, cutter high. It's 1-2. Ian Anderson responsible for all three base runners that are left. On the night, 5 1/3 inning, 5 hits allowed, 5 strikeouts, but 3 walks. As the 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 1-2. Ian Anderson, if no run score here, would have dropped his earned run average down to 4.7. So he came into the game at a 4.98 clip. The 1-2 delivery from McHugh. Swing and hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it is Acuna. Acuna's got it. He'll fire it towards home plate. Josh Pell will stay put. And there's 2 away. Acuna unloaded. It was a bad throw. It was way up the line. Bell would have scored. But when you're down 6-0, not really much of a risk when you're not that fast of a runner to be going. Not that smart of a risk is what I meant to say, to be going on the play. So I didn't think he would send him, but Acuna just threw it way up the first base line. Good play by Contreras to keep the ball from getting away. That'll bring Hernandez to the plate, and the first pitch to Yadiel Hernandez. I'm sorry, Cesar Hernandez, second time I've done that tonight, is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Cesar is 1 for 2 on the night. The 1-0 pitch swung on it, grounded down the right field line, past first base. It's 1-1. Braves 6. Washington nothing, but the bases are loaded here in the nation's capital with 2 away and a 1-1 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back, straight back. It's 1-2. Cutter was at the top of the zone. Just missed that one. You see that ball go straight back like that, you know they just missed getting a hold of that one. Braves are in a shift. So the left side of the infield's pretty wide open. Riley by his lonesome, holding the runner there. The 1-2. Curveball in the dirt. Gets away from Contreras, but nowhere to go. It's 2-2. Ball didn't trickle that far away from home plate, and Bell's not going to go on that. Riley, Duvall, and Ozuna are due up in the Braves' half of the seventh inning. McHugh gets the sign from Contreras. Contreras sets up inside, and Hernandez sticks his elbow out and gets hit by the ball. They're going to give him the base. It's 6-1 Atlanta. Second time we've seen that this week, where a batter does not attempt to get out of the way. In fact, he lowered his arm down there to get hit. With those pads nowadays, those elbow pads, McHugh, not a guy who throws that hard. They are very apt to stick their arm out there. The one the other day against the Mets was much more egregious. He actually stuck his arm over the plate. So here's the first pitch on the way to Franco, and Franco takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Delivery, and cutter, top of the zone, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves 6, Nationals 1. Bottom of the sixth inning. Two outs as McHugh's trying to get out of this bases loaded jam. The 1-1 slider swung on and missed, fell off the back end of the table, and Franco couldn't hold off. It's 1-2. Miami Marlins put John Birdie on the IL today. Heard his groin was trying to steal another base. The 1-2 delivery from McHugh. Slider misses way outside. Evens up the count at 2-2. Braves have the 20th, 35th, and 57th pick of the draft to start off the 2022 MLB draft that begins Sunday evening. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and hit high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Duvall and Swanson. Duvall calls off Swanson. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before Washington puts one on the board. Riley, Duvall, and Ozuna coming to the plate.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-1. Coming to the plate is Austin Riley. Austin Riley's 1 for 3 on the day. And the first pitch called for a strikeout or edge. It's 0-1. Ramirez is back out there, the right-hander, facing Riley, Duvall, Ozuna. The 0-1 is swing and a miss. Might have just got a piece of it. The ball went to the backstop. Looked like he missed it altogether. The catcher might have just whiffed on that one. It's 0-2. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Aroldis Chapman came in for the Yankees against the Red Sox in the 7th inning. The 0-2 pitch is a cutter off the plate. It's 1-2. Not only did he come in a non-save situation, he gave up a bomb to Boston. The Red Sox lead it 4-3. Excuse me. The 1-2 pitch to Riley. Fastball swung on, and it's a comebacker up the middle. Second baseman's going to have to charge it, and he throws it over to first. Riley thinks he beat it. We'll see if there's any kind of a challenge. Riley's standing on first, and he says, I beat it. We'll have to take another look at it. It was a bang-bang play. It just went off the glove of Ramirez. If Ramirez does not touch it, it would have been an easy play, but slowed the ball down as we watched the replay. And I think the ball just beat Riley. I mean, by a half step. We'll have to better angle the second time through, and his foot looks like it's touching the bag. I mean, if nothing else, it's tie goes to the runner. That is a close one. That's about as close as it gets. It's one of those ones, and they are challenging. It's one of those ones where, depending on what uniform you're pulling for, is what your answer is, because it looks like his foot is touching the bag just as the ball is going into the glove of Bell. But I think by the time the ball hits the webbing of the glove, his foot is on the bag. But I have no faith in the replay officials in New York. They tend to just go with, well, we don't have enough to overturn it kind of stuff. We'll see what happens here. They are reviewing it, and this may take a minute. Let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard while we wait on them. Well, I changed that. They're back with an announcement, and they're going to say he's out. Like I said, I think he was probably safe, but they tend to botch these. Anytime they're close, they go with the call on the field. And it doesn't matter if you know that the guy blew the call. So that's one away for the Atlanta Braves. And that brings Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall is 1 for 3 on the night. It's time for birthdays here in the 7th inning. So we do the baseball players' birthdays first, then go from there. The first pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back against the screen off the catcher's, I think his shoulder. Man, he is getting just beat up back there. I'd be willing to bet Ruiz gets the day off tomorrow. It's 0-1. Oh, it ricocheted off his shoulder and onto his knee and then went to the backstop. I agree with that sentiment, D. They rarely get the replay call, but I also feel like it just tends to always be as the 0-1 pitch to Duvall. As they set up outside, swing and a miss, strike 2. It's 0-2. It's almost like they don't want to show up the umpires in New York. I rarely see a really close play that should be overturned get overturned because they always side with. I mean, the runner's got to beat it by a half step or so for them to overturn it. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball one. It's 1-2. Looked like the cutter that missed. Happy 31st birthday to Mark Appel. Mark Appel, the number 1 pick in the 2014 Major League Baseball draft, just made his first appearance in Major League Baseball with the Phillies a few weeks ago against the Braves. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back against the screen. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Do it again at 1-2. Appel has a 1.29 ERA in 4 appearances and 6 innings pitched for the Phillies. Remember David Carpenter that played for the Braves back in 2013 and 2014? He is 37 years old today. Right-handed reliever for Atlanta. The 1-2 inside. Taking for a ball. It's 2-2. Sports Illustrated swimsuit model Kim Alexis is now 62 years old today. Happy birthday. And Damian Lillard of the NBA, Portland Trailblazers, he turns 32. Duval asked for time, so he'll step out of the box for a second. Also with birthdays today, Brian Austin Green of Beverly Hills 90210. He is 49. The 2-2 from Ramirez, swing and hammer down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It does. It rattles around the corner, and Duval will pull into second with a stand-up double with 1 away. Good piece of hitting by Duval. It's a fastball in the inner part of the plate, and he turned on it and shot it down the left field line. It barely stayed fair. And once it got off that line, it barely touched the inside of the chalk. And once it hit, went up against the wall, and the left fielder for the Nationals, Hernandez, gave chase. He had no chance of getting Duval at second. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna, who's been quiet, 0 for 3 on the night. First pitch to Marcell is a fastball at the knees, 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Finishing up those birthdays, Forrest Whitaker. He's 61 years old today, the great actor. Ian Armitage from Georgia, the kid that plays young Sheldon, as the 0-1 pitch is taken for a strike. Cutter, belt high. It's 0-2. Ian Armitage, young Sheldon, he is 13 years old today. And the great Linda Ronstadt, she turned 76. And that's your birthdays. Ozuna down 0-2, trying to get Duval in. And they set up outside after the catcher fakes inside. The 0-2 pitch, ball drifts across and gets pounded foul. Down below the knees, it's 0-2. Standing on deck is William Contreras. Marcel's got 17 home runs and 37 RBI. The 0-2 delivery inside, and that gets a piece of Ozuna. They're going to say he went around, and Ozuna is not happy. I can't blame him. The ball hit Ozuna in the hands, and they're ringing him up for a strikeout. Ozuna is not happy, heading back to the bench. See, the ball goes inside. and actually hits Ozuna in the side. I thought it hit him in the hand. See if the bat may have, I guess it may have crossed the plane, but regardless, if you're in that situation, you're not liking that at all. And he's had some close calls here the last week or so that I think that's more building up than anything else. Thankfully, that didn't hit him in the hand, because that was my first concern, is it hit him in the hand. Braves can ill afford to have another bat on the IL. William Contreras will step out of the box for a second. He's probably giving Marcell a few chances to scream at Guccione. It's not helping the fact that Guccione has done a terrible job behind the plate tonight. But that call was Mark Carlson down the first base line. The first pitch from Contreras is on the way, and it's rifled into right field, around third and into home. Sliding with his hand first is Adam Duvall, and he'll score an RBI single by William Contreras. It's 7-1 Atlanta. Good piece of hitting by Contreras. Ramirez was aiming for the outer part of the plate. The ball drifted back inside, and Contreras stepped right into it and hammered it in the second base hole, which wasn't being occupied by the national second baseman because he was playing Contreras to pull. So an RBI single makes it 7-1 Atlanta. And here comes Orlando Arcia, who's hit a home run. He's 2 for 3. And the first pitch is taken at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Arcia's last time up, he sent it over the left center field wall in a hurry. The 0-1 pitch is way off the plate. Taken for a ball, it's 0-2. Arcia's home run that left the yard last time up, a solo blast, left the yard at 108 miles an hour, according to StatCast. Ramirez looks over to first, get the runner back. And the 1-1 delivery misses off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Michael Harris, the second. Braves 7, Washington 1. We're in the top of 7. And the 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it off his foot, hopping around as Arcia as he leaves the batter's box, banging his foot with the bat. Hit it right at the edge. Looks like it might have hit his toe, which is where he was hitting the bat. I know a lot of people wonder why do you hit the same place that you just get hit with? I can't explain it, but it makes it feel better. I remember doing it myself years ago. I don't know why, but the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball spun Arcia around, and it was way inside. He's kind of got a smile on his face. I think he knows he shouldn't have swung at that. That'll end the inning, but not before Atlanta scores another run. Get ready to stretch. 7th inning stretch. Atlanta leads it 7-1.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue, Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch her out at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the ground. I need the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. We don't care this mistake.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Washington Nationals. It is 7-1, and Dylan Lee is coming into the game. Lee with a 1.35 ERA, 20 innings, 17 strikeouts, the left-hander. Inherits a 7-1 lead, and Victor Robles, the bottom of the order, takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and popped up, can of corn over towards shallow right field. Second baseman Arcia is underneath it. He bends and twists and makes the catch. There's one away. It was a high pop fly, one of those major league pop flies. Acuna would have had a hard time making that catch because he's playing very deep, especially considering Robles is at the plate. So that brings Garcia, and he swings and misses at the first pitch, fastball right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Luis Garcia 0 for 3, a fly out, a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it. It's 0-2. Fly out, strikeout, line out in his first 3 at bats. Lefty matchup. Lee versus Garcia. Braves are hoping to give their high leverage guys the night off tonight. You might see some Lee. You might see some Jackson Stevens. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball struck him out. Adios, muchacho. Go sit down. There's 2 away. Fastball on the outer edge and just froze him. He must have been looking for the slider, and the fastball blew it right by him. No argument from Garcia. He just spun and head to the dugout. So with 2 away, that'll turn Josh Bell around. Josh Bell has had himself a night. He's 3 for 3 from the left side of the plate. First pitch from Lee is a fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. If he can get past Bell, you might see Lee come back out for the 7th, because you would have Soto, a left-hander. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul past third base. It's 0-2. Soto's a lefty. Adrianza is a switch hitter, but he's a much better left-handed hitter. And then you would have the lefties pass him. So Lee might get 2 innings of work here. The 0-2 pitch from Lee, who has been spectacular this year out of the pen. On the way, fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the 8th inning. Atlanta 7, Washington 1.
She got Sheldon to go to a psychic with her.
A psychic? He considers them not just mumbo jumbo, but extra jumbo mumbo jumbo. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they're friends. I just wish he'd be that comfortable around me already.
It took him a long time to get comfortable around me, too.
Really? What did you do?
Something terrible in a former life, I don't know.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
All right, just wash your hands before you use it. I don't get your germs.
Whoa. Washing your hands is healthy? I did it because it felt good. I have so much to learn.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
After Cleveland's great pitcher Addie Joss died, his fellow ball players staged a benefit game to aid his widow. All the great stars came. Walter Johnson, Smokey Joe Wood, Napoleon Lajoie, and Ty Cobb. The game was a great success. They managed to raise $12,931, but it only increased the players' anxieties. With no pensions of their own, or job security, or grievance procedure with the owners, they felt powerless. They now formed the Players' Fraternity. It had 2 goals: to rid baseball of the hated reserve clause and to gain a larger share of the profits for the men who made those profits possible. At first, they got nowhere. The owners simply ignored them.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 7-1 on a Friday night here in Braves Country. Atlanta trying to get the second win of this 4-game set. They would go to 2-0 on this. And tomorrow, Max Fried goes out to the mound with Strider going out on Sunday. You like your chances to win either one or both of those. So you like your chances of winning the series if they can hold on here. Carl Edwards Jr., the ex-Brave, comes into the game. Right-hander with a 3.45 ERA, and the first pitch on the way from Jr. is a curveball high to Michael Harris. It is, did they call that a strike? No, it's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery, swing and foul down the third base line, just trickles foul and evens up the count at 1-1. Brave 7, Washington 1. Michael Harris 0 for 3 on the day. The 1-1 pitch. It's Harris, Acuna, and Swanson. If anybody gets on, Olsen. The 1-1 to Harris is fastball swung on and fouled back against the screen. 97 mile an hour, about hands high, intercut. It's 1-2. Edwards has 31 strikeouts on 31 innings. 3.45 ERA. He could be another guy that could be on the move at the trading deadline, someone who needs help at the front of their bullpen. The 1-2 swing and fouls it back. 98 mile an hour fastball. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two delivery as they set up outside, and fastball swung on and hit to the left side, but right at the third baseman. Franco's got it, and it's a 5-3 put out. There's one away. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna He's 1 for 4 on the night, a single, a run score. He also stole a base, his 20th of the year. And the first pitch is a slider right there, belt high, taken all the way. It's 0-1. Oh-1 delivery from Edwards on the way. Fastball high, 97 miles an hour, up around the shoulders. It's 1-1. Red Sox lead the Yankees 4-3 in the 8th inning. The 1-1 on the way. Swing and down the right field line, but plenty foul into the seats. It's 1-2. Rays have now taken a 5-2 lead over Baltimore. That game is in the 8th inning as well. Top of 9, 8-1 Toronto. Kansas City missing 10 players because of vaccination in Canada. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 mile an hour fastball pumped right past Acuna, and there's 2 away. Twins and Sox. Chicago leads at 3-2. That game, top 5. A's lead the Astros 3-1 in the 7th. Seattle leads Texas 4-0 in the 6th. That brings Dansby Swanson to the plate. Swanson gets set for the first pitch. It's on the way, and it's a fastball. Check swing foul down the first base side over the dugout, and it's 0-1. Dodgers lead the Angels 2-0. See, Freddie Freeman is 13 of 16 against the Cardinals this week. When he gets hot, doesn't he? The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounded to short. It'll be a 6-3 put out, and Bell had to backhand it off the ground. Good defensive play by Bell. That'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of 8. Atlanta leads it 7-1.
I just remember like in 1998 when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it. And they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And like now a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name. And we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23rd, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the 3rd, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a fly out to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh, yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing, or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 7-1. Juan Soto takes the first pitch wide for a ball, 94 miles an hour from Dylan Lee, who's back out there. It's 1-0. Soto's 0 for 1. He does have 2 walks. As Ian Anderson pitched gingerly around him the last 2 times up. The 1-0 pitch is hit into left field. Charging the ball is Duvall. He makes the catch, and there's 1 away. Best wishes out there to you, D. I see your comments there. Kidney stone and COVID. That cannot be fun. Godspeed to you. Dylan Lee has thrown 10 pitches tonight, 9 for strikes. That brings Adrian to the plate, this time from the right-hand side, and the first pitch is swung on and missed, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Since coming up for the Braves, remember, he came up in the postseason, Dylan Lee, last year. The 0-1 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Pitched admirably then, but he's started off in the bullpen this year. So he was used more of an opener. The 1-1 pitch, slider right there at the knees. They said he went around. It's 1-2. Not only did he go around, that ball was right there on the plate, right there at the knees. And once again, Guccione blew the call. Luckily, Carlson made the right call on the check swing. The 1-2 swing and fouls it down the first base line over the dugout, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-2 once again. We head to the All-Star break come Sunday. So the next broadcast we will have will be Friday night, Braves and Angels back in Truist Park, 7:20 first pitch. Pre-game show starts at 6:30. We're inching closer to football season, so we'll be talking some football and, of course, Major League Baseball, getting you ready for what most likely would be Max Fried. They may wait, since he's in the All-Star game, they may wait till the weekend to put him on. So it could be Kyle Wright. The 1-2 pitch, fastball swung on and fouled back against the screen. It's 2-2. When you know you have that 5 games in 4 days against the Mets coming up, is the 1-2 pitch on the way and in the dirt, slider misses. It's 2-2. You wonder if the Braves might do something heading into that. Against Philadelphia on that Wednesday, as the 2-2 pitch on the way, fastball at the knees, strike 3. Might have been the slider. He was caught looking. Did look like he took a little bit off of that. There's 2 away. You wonder if they may go to a situation where they use a bullpen game so that they have all 5 of their starters ready for that 5-game series in New York. That's also a couple of days past the trading deadline. The first pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1 to Ruiz. Ruiz now batting from the right-hand side of the plate. Switch hitting catcher. Gilbert Ruiz is 0 for 2 with a walk in the 6th. If not that, the 0-1 pitch, swing and hammered high and deep into left field. Going back on the warning track is Duvall, and he's got it for out number 3. So a loud out ends the inning. We head to the top of 9. Olsen, Riley, and Duvall on the way.
What happened to you?
She tried to kill me.
Who?
Connie.
What did she do?
I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River and a suck!
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. You know, he was making a nickel on everything that went, you know, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, you know, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series, because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to the Braves Country Baseball here, Friday night edition. Braves lead at 7-1 over the Washington Nationals. Atlanta will be leading this off with Matt Olson, who's 3 for 4 and 3 RBI. Austin Riley, 1 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBI. And Adam Duvall, who's 2 for 4. So 6 of the Braves' 11 hits from these 3 guys right here. To that point, as Kyle Finnegan comes into the game, 34 innings, 3.89 ERA. Everyone in the Braves lineup has a base hit except for Ozuna and Harris. As the Braves try to pull within 2 games of the Mets, who are rained out, they'll have a doubleheader tomorrow. They'll have a chance to make up that half game from Atlanta. It's the first pitch to Olson on the way and taken for a high strike, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Philly beat Miami 2-1. So the Braves would keep pace with Philly and gain a game on Miami. Red Sox lead the Yankees 4-3. That game's heading to the 9th. The 0-1 swing and popped foul over the third base dugout, out of play. It's 0-2. Cleveland and Detroit 6-5. That game is in the late going. And the Orioles, they have pulled back within 5-4 with the Tampa Bay Rays. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 0-2. That game is in the bottom of the 8th inning in St. Petersburg. Once again, believe it or not, a big series in the American League East between the Orioles and the Rays. Orioles in the playoff discussion for the first time in several years. Home plate umpire calls time for a second, so he had to go get more balls. Now, how this Chris Guccione is not prepared to have more balls with him to start the inning off. The more and more you learn about this guy. The 0-2 pitch on the way, fastball high. It's 1-2. Braves with 2 more games before the break, both against Washington. Mets will have 3 games against the Cubs before the break. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge, and it's a strikeout to start the 9th inning. For you football fans, we'll be doing the football show on this channel here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. They'll be talking college football, NFL, Major League Baseball, fantasy football. The first pitch on the way to Riley, top of the zone, and called a ball. It's 1-0. Pitch looked like it clipped the top of the zone. I would say Guccione's going to have a very similar grade as he did his last time out. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1, 1-1, 97-mile-an-hour fastball in the inner part of the zone. It's even count to Riley. Guccione had a 75% success rate calling strikes on Monday night. The 1-1 pitch, high for a ball. It's 2-1. He missed 14 strikes in 9 balls. As high as that sounds for the strikes, the balls are really high. You don't normally see these umpires miss more than at the most a handful. The 2-1 pitch from Finnegan to Riley, righty-righty matchup on the way, swung on, and 99-mile-an-hour fastball popped up. Easily playable for Bell over by first, and there's 2 away. So that will bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall comes up to the plate today, going 2 for 4. He has single, a double, a run scored, moving him up to the number 5 spot. So he's had great success against Corbin, and it continued tonight. First pitch to Duvall is 89-mile-an-hour slider. Looked like it hit the inner part of the zone, but called a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way, fastball off the plate. It's 2-0 to Adam Duvall. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. The 2-0 pitch to Duvall. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss. 98-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe. It's 2-1. Tough pitch to handle there. He might have been looking for the slider. Finnegan gets set to fire the 2-1 pitch to Duvall. On the way, fastball swung on and hit high and deep, going back. Jackpot, it's over the wall. A solo shot by Adam Duvall. It's 8-1. The Atlanta Braves. Fastball. He tried to sneak it past Duvall again. This time he was looking for it. and it was at the top of the zone, about letter high, about where that one that Michael Harris hit last night was, and it got out in a hurry. It went well over the left field wall and into the night. That was a no-doubter, about 10 to 12 rows past the bullpen. That'll bring Ozuna to the plate, and the first pitch to Ozuna swung on and grounded over to third. Franco's got it. He flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before Duvall makes it 8-1. We head to the bottom of 9. The Braves lead it, trying to take game 2.
There is a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it, but throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined, and now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Will Smith is on to try to close this game. Let's put this puppy to bed and get ready for game 3 tomorrow. Will Smith comes in with a 3.18 ERA, 34 innings, 37 games, 38 strikeouts. Trying to get him some work. He hasn't pitched the last few days. And he will face Yadiel and Cesar Hernandez along with Michael Franco. And the first pitch is on the way. High for a ball. It's 1-0. The first pitch, the 1-0 pitch is downstairs. Taking for a ball. It's 2-0. Braves 8, Nationals 1. The 2-0 pitch, fastball, top of the zone. It's 3-0. Two-one pitch on the way. And low for a no, they'll call it a strike. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Swing and pops it up back behind home plate and bending foul just over the screen and out of play. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Two pitch from Will Smith on the way to Thomas and swung on and hit high and foul. Will it stay in play? It will not. It bends towards the seats. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 8, Washington 1. Bottom of the ninth inning. The 2-1, the 2-2 delivery on the way, swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Two pitch from Smith, swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. Do it again, making Smith work. It's 2-2. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. Braves lead it 8-1. And the 2-2's on the way. Swing and fouled off the mask of the home plate umpire, Chris Guccione. Maybe he'll see the plate better this time. Smith walks around the mound a second to give Guccione a chance to gather himself. So the 10th pitch of the at bat, the 2-2 swung on and popped up into center field. Charging is Michael Harris. He'll make the grab, and there's one away. Good running catch by Harris on the soft fly out. And that brings Cesar Hernandez to the plate. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow. 4:05 and then 1:30, 1:35 first pitch on Sunday. It'll be Max Fried tomorrow and Strider on Sunday. The 0-1 fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Tomorrow for the Nationals, going up against Max Fried, it'll be Paulo Espino. He's 0-2 with a 3.42 ERA. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Slider misses. It's 1-2. On Sunday, Spencer Strider, as the 1-2 pitch is hit high and deep into center field, going back up against the wall. Harris will play it off the carom, and going into second with a 1-out double is Cesar Hernandez. He absolutely torched that ball. It went up against the wall. By the time Harris got there, he was able to barehand it off the wall, keep Hernandez from going 3. Sunday, Spencer Strider will be going up against TBD, the famous to be determined. They have not announced a starter yet for the Nationals. First pitch on the way to Franco, and he hammers it foul down the left field line. It's 0-1. Nationals down to their last 2 outs. Appreciate you stopping in and joining us here on Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday nights along with pop-up games. Please like and subscribe. The 0-1 on the way. Fastball foul. No, popped into right field. It's actually going to get down. And Acuna was tricked by it too. A ball that looked like it was going to get fisted foul ended up staying in play. It gets down in front of Acuna. A bad defensive play by Acuna. He was caught flat-footed. Harris did a great job of backing him up. So the runner moves from second to third, and the batter gets to first base. So you got runners on the corners now with 1 away. It was an odd swing and an odd play off the bat. The first pitch is a fastball inside. First, he called that a ball? He did. It's 1-0. It's been nonstop with Chris Guccione missing the balls and strikes. The 1-0 pitch to Robles swung on and fouled down the left field line. It's 1-1. Victor Robles is 0 for 3 on the night. The 1-1 delivery from Smith, and fastball swung on, and it's going to be dropped into left field. Will Smith gives up a run, and it's 8-2 Atlanta over Washington. As Robles fists a single in, runners on first and second and 1 away. Bottom of the 9th inning, 1 out. Runners on first and second. The first pitch on the way is swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back on the track. Duvall's got it. He'll throw it in, and the runners will stay at first and second. Garcia's out on 1 pitch, and there's 2 away. Nationals are down to their last out. Runners on first and second. And Josh Bell, the switch hitter, comes to the plate with Soto on deck. First pitch to Bell is a slider low. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 1, 1-1. Fastball, the top of the zone. One delivery to Bell. On the way. Fastball inside, misses. It's 2-1. Two-one pitch. Fastball way outside. Ball 3. It's 3-1. Juan Soto stands on deck. Will Smith once again making it very interesting. The 3-1 inside fastball, ball 4. Will Smith loads the bases for Juan Soto. It never seems to matter what the score is. Will Smith's going to make you sweat. Rick Kranitz comes out to the mound to talk to Smith. Probably buying time to try to get someone working up in the bullpen. Still a 6-run game, but one swing of the bat would put the tying run on deck. So AJ Minter, who should have been able to have been given the night off, is now warming up in the pen. Very familiar with this kind of stuff that happened last summer about this time with Will Smith. Struggling once again. He stepped up big time in the postseason, but is having his issues first part of this year. Here's the first pitch to Soto, and it's down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Smith only needs the 1 out. Braves are playing Soto to pull the 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Slider trying to get him to chase. It's 2-0. Braves 8, Washington 2. The 2-0 inside ball 3, 3-0. Juan Soto doing his dance towards Smith. I don't know why Smith doesn't just plunk him now. The 3-0 pitch from Smith to Soto. Bases juiced, 2 away, and fastball high, ball 4. Soto staring with Smith down, and Smith just gives him the heave ho, take your base and shut up. It's 8-3. Washington. Soto's looking at him again, and Smith, I'm telling you, there's going to be some fisticuffs before it's all said and done. One of these days, Smith is going to go at Soto. They're going to pull Smith because he just cannot get an out. And here comes AJ Minter. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead at 8-3. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 minutes with you. They're the best team in the National League. Oh, they lose 1 game. They've lost 5. They lost 5 out of last 6. They're falling apart. The Braves never lose.
Armchair.
1 pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it? I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. and the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Adrianza stands into the box, bases loaded, 2 away, and AJ Minter comes in. The lefty kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch to Adrianza, who is 0 for 2 on the night after coming in. And the fastball is at the back of the backstop, and a run's going to come across as Robles crosses home plate, and it's 8-4. All runners move up 60 feet, 90 feet, 60 feet, 90 feet. Looked like it was a slider, and it just rolled got away from Contreras. Contreras really didn't do a very good job of trying to block that. He just stuck his glove out there, and it got away from him. So that will be a wild pitch on Minter. The 1-1 swing and fouls down the third base line. Washington's down to their final strike. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Adrianza, and fastball inside, ball 2. It's 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count, 2 out, 2 on. Braves lead at 8-4. Here's the pitch inside. Did that get him? Missed inside. Full count to Adrianza. AJ Minter just entering the game. If you can't get Adrianza, the tying run will come to the plate. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Minter on the way. Fastball right there at the knees. And they called it low. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. That looked like it was right at the knees. According to Pitch Track, that should have been a strike. But it's not, and the bases are loaded. The tying run standing at the plate, the switch hitting catcher, Keeper Ruiz. Braves were up 8-1. The first pitch is swung on and fouled down the third base line, 90-mile-an-hour cutter. It's 0-1. Braves entered this inning up 8-1. And now the tying run is at the plate. So just when you think you can put it to bed and think the game might be over, baseball has a funny way. It's never over till it's over. The 0-1 delivery from Minter on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Nationals down to the last strike again. Braves 8, Nationals 4. Bottom 9. If the Braves can win, they can hold on here. They will go within 2 games of the Mets. If they cannot, they will drop to 3. The 0-2 on the way. kicks and deals and a fastball way outside. It's 1-2. Minter put into a tough spot coming in. If you're just joining us, Will Smith came in, walked 2 batters, gave up 3 hits. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Braves are out of it. AJ Minter gets the W. So it took us a while to get there, but the Atlanta Braves win it 8-4, winning the first 2 games of the series. They'll be back at it 4:05 Eastern time tomorrow. Braves 8, Nationals 4. 8 runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Braves. 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Nationals. Ian Anderson gets his 8th win of the year. Minter gets his 5th save. 30,409 in attendance tonight. And the time of the game was 3 hours and 32 minutes. So for Braves Country Radio and Armchair Quarterbacks 1, I'm Mac McGee. We will see you next Friday night. First pitch 7:20. Enjoy the All-Star break. The Braves win it 8-4. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.